Okay.
It's a very professional outfit. G'day all. G'day all. Adam Wuiske here again for part 3 of Two Blokes Chinwagging. So I am here today with a thorough lunatic that I'm happy to call a mate, Andy Ambrose, author extraordinaire, bloke with friggin' much better stories than me, and a very checkered past, and basically someone that's on the good list of some people and the bad list of most governments. So, Andy, mate, how are you?
Yeah, I'm okay. I don't know why you'd suggest that I was on the bad list of most governments.
There's only about 203 countries, isn't there?
Yeah.
So anything more than 102, and that becomes most.
Yeah. Have we? I saw your conversation with Gordy the other day, in which you were saying there's only 22 countries in the world that the British haven't invaded.
Well, I didn't say that. Gordy said that.
Yeah.
So I said that the Poms need to pick their game up a bit.
Yeah.
And I mean, we can see how well the evacuation from invasion, granted some time ago, is working with the way Pakistan and India are behaving right now.
Oh yeah.
Look at that. What do we make? A minute 30.
I do hope we don't take sides in that.
No. Well, I do. It's they need to point their aggression towards the Union Jack, because really that's where it started. So, because if you look at it traditionally, India was quite harmonious for about 7,000 years, apparently.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Well, the reason I don't want to see this blow up is because I'm a single person.
Okay, you're going to have to explain this one to me.
No, because I'm a single person, I use takeaways a lot.
Right, okay, that makes sense.
Most of our takeaways
are Indian.
Are Indian, run by Pakistani people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or just Indians, run by Indians.
I just love the sole reason, the primary reason that obviously the world in their utter selfishness and stupidity is ignoring why we shouldn't see two nuclear-armed nations having a tiff is because it might upset and he's getting a takeaway.
Well, absolutely. I mean, we've already got the business with China, haven't we? And, you know...
This is true, although... Do you remember a few years ago when India and China were having a bit of a tiff? I thought that was the funniest thing ever. Apparently I was very much alone in giggling at it. Because everyone I mentioned it to, they were going, oh yes, it's very serious. And I'm going, it's really not. So you've got two superpowers with over 1 billion people and just humongous armies, and they're both nuclear nations. And they were literally belting the crap out of each other on the border with sticks. I thought that was the funniest thing I'd seen in years. And
I missed that.
I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
And yeah, there was a few of them killed each other and all of that. So they took the little beating session a bit far. They were a bit overly enthusiastic. But it just goes to show that the nuclear deterrent, or the idea of a nuclear deterrent, can actually deter a lot more than we ever expected.
Oh yeah.
To the point where I'll hit you with a stick.
I'm only saying this because if China invades Taiwan and America gets involved, then I'm going to be royally buggered, because the China Gardens, which is the takeaway that delivers here, and USA Fried Chicken, you know, I'll have lost virtually every possible eating outlet that I can find.
Yeah.
It's disgusting, you know.
I think that you should put this concern, which is a genuinely valid concern. I think you should put it on paper and send it to Xi Jinping and to old Putin at the moment, just because they are desperately trying to come up with valid reasons to try and dissuade India and Pakistan from having their set to, and maybe they haven't considered these things.
I wouldn't put it to Putin. We've got no Russian takeaways here.
Well, no. I just mean in that Russia and China are the two primary forces that are trying to calm India and Pakistan down.
Are they really?
Yeah.
Gosh.
So Russia has recently done some big deals with both nations, particularly with Pakistan, and mostly to do with gas pipelines. And China has just done a Belt and Road thing with India. So yeah, they're trying to sort of caution about, you know, calmer heads prevailing.
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting, because in every other aspect of the news, i.e. the American side of it, that we're hearing, it's about how not so cautious the Americans or the Russians are.
Yeah.
So there's rather a comical element to all of this, I believe.
Oh, I don't think it's funny at all. I mean, I have actually been on national television about this.
About the takeaways?
Yeah. I mean, we had, when I lived in the high street, we had a murder take place. And that was a takeaway. And they were Turkish people, they're Kurdish people. And they're all flashing around with their big knives and things like that. And killed Pepsi, the guy who owned it. And I think it was ITN and BBC come and visit me to say, what did you think about it? And I said, it's pretty bloody disgusting, really, because, you know, it was next door, it was a takeaway. How am I going to eat? And that actually went out on national television. And the lady, Diane Studdick, the TV interviewer, I think she was Anglia TV, kept saying, didn't it shock you? You know, aren't you shocked? And she wanted me to say I was shocked.
Well, like as if you stuck your finger in the national grid or something.
Yeah, you know, stuff happens, but like, yeah, I'm shocked because I can't. What am I going to do at dinner tonight?
Yeah.
And I had everybody in the town stopping me after that in the street saying, "Oh, we saw you on television about takeaway," you know. Oh, that was funny.
I think that's priceless.
Yeah, prime time as well, right on the news.
So,
were you shocked? No, they were a fiery lot anyway. So.
Well, yeah. It just. Oh, I think that's brilliant.
I don't think they could get any of the local people to actually say they were shocked. It was quite funny. I thought it was funny anyway.
Well,
but the producer or editor guy who was standing there didn't think it was funny.
But this is the thing: is that people don't seem to don't have a sense of irony anymore, or humour about these things. In that okay, well, yeah, someone died. Now there were reasons for it. Whether they were valid or not is none of our business, right? Somebody didn't like somebody to death, right? Yeah. And you know, so right, okay, it's happened. But yes,
I don't think they ever captured the wife who did it. Oh, I shouldn't say that, should I?
It sounds like you had a bit of a slip of the tongue there, Mike.
Yeah, mate. It was a
perhaps
like
really too.
Really good police investigation.
Yep.
Where they cut up bits of concrete and everything because he was buried in concrete. That's what made part of the story. And they were bagging up all these little bits of concrete that they'd broken up to get to his body and writing on them and everything like that. Wouldn't let me have any funny rockery. And they got two people, which was his wife and the bloke who was having an affair with his wife, not the guy who died. And they arrested him and they had to let him go, I think, because something to do with chain of evidence. But what was so surprising around here is everybody knew who did it, apart from the police?
Well, okay, I know that in these modern and enlightened times, as you do as well, that we're not supposed to say this. But if we go back to the bad old days when policing was done with their hands behind their backs and paper bags being found with or without cash in them and things like that, true or false, we did actually have safer communities.
I think we probably did. I mean, historically, that's a fact, isn't it?
Yeah.
Whether that's the reason or not is another matter.
You know, and so, okay, so maybe the bad old days weren't quite that bad.
I think what made them bad was immigration.
Well, see, there's an issue that, you know, is strictly verboten to talk about.
Yeah.
But
I came to the UK in 1066 with the Norman invasion.
So nearly naturalised.
Not me personally. And it's gone downhill ever since then.
Well, but this is the thing: is that every find me a nation on this planet that isn't an invaded nation. Like seriously,
Australia.
Okay.
Australia. We didn't invade Australia. We just sent all you criminals out there.
Oh, mate, you want to hear it on Australia Day? They call it Invasion Day and this and that and the other. Now, all the actual Aboriginal people I know, they call it Australia Day. They go out and have a drink and everything else, right? The people that seem to call it Invasion Day and jump up and down are all the uni students that are all bloody damn near albino. They make Casper the Ghost jealous, right? Most of them have skin that looks like an advertisement for bleach. Right, you know, and so, you know, but when you look at it and say, okay, so you had the Australian Aboriginals or Indigenous people, as we're supposed to call them, and all of that, but you also had the Malays before that, right? And then now they're finding that, hey, we probably had Homo florensis as well, since we're going back 40,000 plus years. We most likely had Homo florensis, the actual hobbits, which were only discovered in, like 2016, right? But they came from Indonesia, so the odds are they were here, at least in the top part of Australia.
Right.
So
we once got invaded by the Dutch on the Battle of Chatham. And before that, we were invaded by the Danes, the Vikings. And in fact, where I live, we were in I think it was about 986 year. They invaded us here.
Mm-hmm.
And raped and pillaged, and our council decided to put a statue on the end of the promenade to Brisnoff, who was the Saxon who fought the Vikings.
Right.
Sadly, Brisnoff lost the battle, so the guy who won was technically Ethelred the Gay.
Yeah.
Now, because the Vikings went and raped everybody, then most of the local residents technically have Viking blood in their ancestry, don't they?
Yes.
So we should have put a statue up to Ethelred the Gay.
Yeah.
So there's been a lot of argument about where this battle actually took place. Did it take place in the Causeway, or did it take place on Norway Island, things like that? And we had a bit of property down the end of the Causeway, and we thought it would be nice to put a statue up to Ethelred the Gay.
Right.
So I submitted planning application to the council, and on this little statue we put the head of planning, that was named Stuart Rowe at the time. We put his face on the statue of Ethelred the Gay.
Yep.
And we had to do Ethelred the Gay in a nice pose, you know.
Of course.
Yep. Gay pose.
Yes, because I'm assuming that you couldn't say the word gay quite freely at the time, so it's much easier just to do the pose.
Yeah. But bloody council turned it down.
Why? What have they got against history?
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it's... So there is a chance that you may have taken some artistic license with the facial rendition of Ethelred. However, I'm assuming that Polaroids of him were a bit scarce. So
that was the problem. We had very little in the way of source material dating back 1,000 or more years.
Now, being that if he is from the area, he would have had some Dane DNA in him, then it's a fair assumption to make.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I support that fully. I think that I see no problems whatsoever with that.
No, I wouldn't have minded the Danes invading us, they're quite nice people.
Well, who was it? Was it when we had, was it Dirk Hartog or no, it was Abel Tasman, when he discovered Tasmania, or Van Diemen's Land, right? And then he discovered New Zealand. Completely missed Australia.
Yeah.
Little tiny dot that it is. Completely went past it. And
as you would with all those killer animals there, like drop bears.
Well, he probably saw it from a great distance and thought, you know what, that looks like a place in the future where some other place could put their baddies. Yeah. So we'll just leave it be. We'll let them find it and think they can have it.
Yeah.
But it's funny. I mean, if you look back through history, because as you know, I get very interested in all of these things, especially when you go into ancient history, because the things we're finding now are just gobsmacking. And effectively everything we learnt in school is wrong. Completely wrong. And so it's sort of what I love is that we used to have this attitude that, we've all got a bit of Neanderthal DNA in us. Because we just, and they always in the history books paint this happy little picture of we cohabitated and all the rest of that. Whereas there is another theory now that perhaps it wasn't quite so cheerful. It was more a case of raping the women and eating the men. So, because on a scale of 1 to 10, Neanderthals are better than us. They were stronger, they were smarter, they were lots of things. We just survived, and no one's really sure how. But some of the theories they've got are quite interesting. But by rights, Neanderthals should have won out over Homo sapiens.
I don't like the idea of eating men. I think I'll stick with my takeaways. Thank you.
Well, you might have no choice soon.
Yeah.
Give it a couple of weeks and we'll reconvene.
Yeah. We've still got fish and chip shops, though.
Right, well, yes, but see, your fish and chips are different to ours, because your chips are very soggy and soft. Ours are a bit crisper. And yeah, although I do like the curry sauce that you guys have with your chips. We don't have that here.
I don't like it anyway, so...
So, it's...
curry sauce with chips. You're so Australian.
I quite like it. It's the same as we have butter chickens at our Indian restaurants, which apparently you moms don't have. Right?
No, I don't think we do. No.
And so my former wife, she used to say to me, it's just an Australian thing and all of that, And then I actually had to Google it, and it is actually an Indian dish from the north of India, which may be Pakistan next week, but we'll give it a go. And so, yeah, but that's like the number one thing that Aussies get at an Indian takeaway is a butter chicken. And radio, they're beautiful. You can get them hot and not hot and this and that and the other, and radio, they're just nice. So the others are nice too, like your kormas and all the rest of that, but give me a butter chicken. With some naan bread and all of that, yep. Thank you very much.
How long have we been going? Because I'm just sort of thinking out loud. We haven't mentioned anything about trains.
No, we haven't. 19 minutes and 14 seconds.
Supposed to be Two Blokes Talking Trains.
Yeah, I probably made a mistake by putting the word trains in there, or putting a picture of a train on the thumbnail. So, okay, I know. They closed the train station at Lahore last week.
Lahore?
Yep.
What, did they missile attack it or something like
that? No. So they just closed it. Which that's well, it's been closed. So the station is open, has been open since 47, but it was closed briefly for partitioning. when certain other nationalities that only have 22 nations left on their hit list were doing things. So but they did actually close the station. There is
if I put a photo up here that isn't mine, would you get a copyright hit on it?
Probably not.
You sure?
No, but go for it.
Nor mine. Okay. This is to bring some railway content into Two Blokes Talking Trains.
Is that standard gauge?
Yes.
Gee, the track looks big.
That is the station that was here until Mr. Beechin and Barbara Castle closed it.
Yep.
And that's all ripped up now. It's all gone.
So that's on that... what's the name of the area again?
Malden.
So this is where I was following on Google Earth the old alignment the other night, wasn't it?
Yes, that's it, yeah. And then our offices and yards and everything like that for our company was just there.
I can't see your cursor, but whereabouts?
You can't see my cursor?
Nope.
Yeah. By the end of the platform and along that bit there.
Oh, okay. So in which company was that?
Arrow.
Oh, that was Arrow, with the trucks.
The trucks, buses, taxis, property, all sorts of things we did.
With your layout in your office.
That's correct.
Which at some point when we accidentally get back to trains again, we will talk about. So yeah, because I love that. So just for those that are curious, Andy, we did this last week, didn't we?
Yes.
Yeah, it was last week, and we did 4 hours of us gas bagging and what did I say in Messenger before? Gently poking sticks at corpses of political corpses, and things like that as we do. And, in the same sort of way that a 6-year-old will poke a dead badger or something, And we did all of that for about 4 hours, and then there was a bloody echo in it. So everything that gets said by Andy, you can hear it again about 3 seconds after he says it. And then about 2 seconds after that, you can hear it a third time. So we're not sure. I actually think it was something I did wrong on here. But yeah, myself and technology are not friends.
No, I have no idea what it was. I don't know.
Which is a pity, because there was, just trust me, there was some really good stuff in there. So if this one's as boring as a pacifist pistol, we used all the good stuff on the last one. So but I did mention to a couple of people at work. I said, I did this podcast with Andy on the other day. Oh, good, how'd it go? And I said, it went great. I said, except for one little detail, and that's when I noticed an echo, and then they just all absolutely ripped the piss out of me. So that's your layout. That's your grandson.
Yeah, that's my grandson Oakley. That is. That's part of the layout. That's Dayton Heights Station.
So I noticed this the other week too. You've got interlocking levers and all of that. Are they the DCC Concepts ones, or?
Yes, they are.
Why?
They look good.
Okay. So I've had a lot of people suggest to me on my previous layout about doing that on the branch lines and things like that. And there is a part of me that kind of wants to do it, but because my layouts have been designed for operations with new people coming in and all of that, you've always got your floating regulars, but then you always have new people that come along, and it takes a while for them to learn the ropes and all the rest of that. And I didn't want to add in any extra levels of complexity.
Yeah. And
so I've sort of shied away from it, but there's part of me that's always wanted to try it.
I tended to run the layout on Railroad and Co.
Mm-hmm.
Your countryman Dazzy J
mm-hmm.
Uses and is very, very good at. But I always had sort of problems remembering bits of it.
Yeah.
So those point levers there were to control 3 double slips in the station throat.
Oh. Well, I had...
Excuse me.
My turn. Yeah, excuse me.
What's that?
Yeah, I had a 2 double slips on my last layout, and I've got 1 thus far on this layout. And I don't want any more. Because I always found people couldn't get their head around how they work. So you'd always have issues. And where I've put the double slip, I could have done with a diamond crossing, but because it's 12mm gauge, you're very limited with what you can get. And the Pico diamond crossing is at a ridiculously steep angle. So it just, with the space where I was putting it, it would have thrown everything out with the curvature and everything else, going from 2 tracks into 4. So I reluctantly put a double slip in, and that made it marginally better. But it now means that, you know, there's an extra 2-point motors required and things like that. So I'm not overly happy with that bit. But it will still serve its purpose. It's just then I need people to learn how to use the thing. Yeah. Which will be painful. So, because it has been in the past.
What I did was I wired those ECC Concepts levers to root settings rather than operate the individual blades of the individual point motors.
See, that's something that I want to learn how to do.
Pulled 1 lever for platform 1, 2, 3, 4. Just, you know.
Okay. So it wasn't like 1 lever per set of points or anything like that. It was 1 for each route.
1 would set a route. Yeah. A route.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
So so yeah, because I want to do that sort of thing. Setting up what do they call it? Like a points matrix.
Yeah, matrix. Yeah. It's pretty simple thing to do with just a few diodes, isn't it?
Well, probably.
Yeah.
You're asking the wrong person. I don't know.
Well, a diode only lets current flow in one direction.
Okay.
So you stick IN 9004, whatever they're called, diodes, to provide feed to whichever bit of the point motor you want to throw.
Okay.
So then you can set, and you can put another diode so that when that point motor throws and sets that route. It's got an E on the end. Anyway, when it sets that route, the power flows through another diode to set the red signals against anyone, you know, coming across that route.
Yep.
Route. Yeah. And it will set the other signals to green once it's got the full path, and so on. You know, they're very, very useful little bits in model railway use. They are really, really useful.
See that's a bridge I've got to jump off. Feet first, probably bound and gagged. At some point down the track, pun intended. So what I'm doing with mine is I'm setting it up. I'm using the DigiKeys block detection units, and so I'm building it in for block detection for the signalling, because obviously I need signalling because of the size of the bloody thing. It's just they're not just a decorative thing like they are on a lot of layouts, because yes, they are very nice to have and they look great, but you actually do need them on this, because your vision is only so good and over distance and all the rest of that. So yeah, so I am setting that in, but beyond that I'm very, very, very vaguely aware of what I need to do for the next steps, but I'll learn more as I get to it. And yeah, so I'm not sort of putting my head too deep down that rabbit hole yet. Marty's been talking to me about going down the road of using the JMRI system and all of that, and Brad Ensign has walked me through how he's done some of the stuff a couple of years back on his, and that sort of made sense, which obviously it didn't make sense when Martin Jenkins explained it to me, because Marty can't say good morning without you needing a translator. It just becomes insanely technical with him, with everything he says.
I don't really know much about electronics at all.
Me neither. And yeah,
But I just follow the path of logic. You know, if that wire's got to go to that to make that point motor throw, and solve it on the end. And then I started doing all technical stuff when I joined Silicon Valley Club in America, and we started doing things like putting in. Let me show you. Detectors.
Right. So that's a speaker, is it, underneath that?
No, that's
looks like a speaker.
An RFID reader.
All right, yeah.
And that would read the car numbers, wagon numbers as they went across. And that would throw that back to JMRI in the computer.
See, that would be neat. I could do with something like that.
And I also had track circuiting with the NCE detectors.
Mm-hmm.
And it threw it all up on this screen here, which you can't actually see.
Excellent.
That's, yeah. I mean, I do try to illustrate things with things you can't actually see. But
this is like that cartoon series, The Adventures of Helen Keller. If you're familiar with that joke that was going around, it was just a series of black panels.
You can see the green area, which is Railroad and Co. But to the left, you've got the JMRI panel, which you can't actually see, which show which wagons and which coaches and which locos are in which fields.
Right.
And that was powered by the RFID detectors. And yet the blocks on here, on the Railroad and Co, you can see the white blocks.
So can't actually see anything. It's literally just you and I on the screen. That's better. There we go. Wow, that's a monitor and a half.
The white blocks
Yeah.
are block detectors from the NCE track circuit detectors.
Yep.
And they'd come up with the train number, not the individual wagons or anything like that. And I started to get into that, learnt a bit about that, and then Silicon Valley Club at that stage decided that they were going to use facial recognition cameras to pick up the wagon numbers and the consists and what had to be sorted at which yard and everything like that.
That's right. That's. I'm not sure if I want to go.
Those guys at SVL are very much leading edge.
Right. It sounds very much like they're also on the artistic spectrum, shall we say?
I think one of the points is where they are in Silicon Valley.
Well, yes.
Most of the members work for a company called Google.
Yeah, I've heard of that one.
Company. Yeah, I've heard of them. Johnny Upstarts. Another company called Apple.
They had something to do with the world's first garden centre, didn't they?
Possibly, yeah.
And some Sheila named Eve.
Yeah, over in Iraq,
Yeah, that was their first bankruptcy, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And another company called Pixar. And, they were doing tremendous things over there. And having great fun doing it.
So I've seen bits of what they do, and it's just gobsmacking. It's another... No, that's wrong. I was going to say it's another level, but it's not. It's about 38 levels on from what us mere mortals are doing.
I used to sit here in England, UK, and I was going to say drive trains on the layout. I get told off for that because you don't drive trains in America.
You operate.
And I used to be an engineer.
Yep.
Operating trains over the line from the comfort of my home through the CCTV cameras they had in the fronts of the trains. And you just drive to signals and dispatchers. Dispatcher would be on another channel, and you know, then you call the yard man when you get to a certain yard, and you'd have to drop off so many wagons and pick so many up.
And they would act as the shunter or the hostler or whatever you call them.
Yes, and then I was talking with James, and I came across these KD couplers that were hot wire. I don't know if you know much about hot wire.
So like a memory wire sort of thing?
Yeah, memory wire, that's it.
Yeah.
And so we started to introduce memory wire couplers so that we could even do the coupling and uncoupling remotely.
Right.
And we burnt quite a few out in our attempts to make that successful.
Well, I always remember Model Railroad when they used to do their April Fool's thing. They had an article in there about a prototype railroad that used KDs with magnetic uncoupling, and you know, and they had this mammoth article in there about, you know, how they got the magnets from NASA, because the you know, magnets of this size are not easy to get to acquire, and they had many problems with loading them into the gondolas, because as they lower them with the crane, they just go smack to the side of the wagon or derail the wagon, and you know, and then when they mounted them beneath the track, there was a problem because there was one that was near a highway overpass, or it was under a highway overpass, and so certain cars used to, back in the 1970s, when obviously the metal content was higher in vehicles then, and the, you know, cars used to change lane, and then they were showing, you know, that was some poor kid riding a trail bike across the tracks one day. His bike got stuck to the track, and you know, steel cap boots. And, oh, the story was brilliant. But yeah, that was probably one of my favourite ones I've ever read. So yeah.
Yeah, love it. Don't you love it?
But yeah, the April Fool's ones they do now just aren't as ambitious as they used to be. So
no.
Although they did do one about a so you've got your N-track system and everything else. They did do one about no track. With the proliferation of all these bloody cycle paths and what do they call them? When you turn an old railway into a walkway, into a what do they call them? Yeah, those idiots. And yeah, so they said that they're being thoroughly modern era. They're setting up modular layouts of this. They're all DCC compatible, obviously, and you know, and so they were talking about their operating systems and how they do group operations and everything else, and that one was quite inventive. But yeah, so radio, I like that one. But other than that, they seem to be a bit bland lately.
Yeah, we've had some. I did an April Fool for the local paper about them building the second high-speed line from the Channel Tunnel across Essex through Malden.
Right.
And we got the head of the council to comment on it, who said, "I know nothing about this." Yeah. And we got the leader of the council at the time had a garden shed, sort of like a summer house, that looked a bit like a station building. So I did some drawings up of the lines going through his garden and using his summer house as a station. And that was quite funny.
Do you get Christmas cards from the local council that happen to tick or anything like that?
No, I don't get Christmas cards from them. I get seconded by them to certain meetings. Significantly transport meetings. Because that's the only thing they seem to think I know anything about, which is probably correct. But I get on well with them, actually.
Well, it's...
I think they do... I went to a meeting at County Council with my boss, Brian, once, and we had suits on.
Right.
Which was different from the normal t-shirt and jeans that we used to turn up in. and the chairman of the meeting actually commented on it. So it's very pleased to see that you've decided to wear suits to come to this meeting. And Brian spoiled it all by saying, yeah, because we're going out to dinner, aren't we?
We had it wasn't an April Fool's one, but there was an actual article in a paper down near Warwick, so I think it was about probably 120 kilometres from here, where it happened. There was some cows that the locals had found for some reason. Of a morning, something was spooking them, and of a morning they were on the western side of this paddock, which was a barbed wire fence. And so these cows in this 50-60 acre paddock, they were pressing themselves so hard up against this barbed wire fence that they were actually cutting themselves, and back before it was trendy, obviously. And so what happened was that the newspaper ran with it, and locals was talking about aliens and ghosts and all sorts of things, and it went on for about a month. And it was this continuous update. I was following this story religiously. I thought it was brilliant. That they were just, there's been strange lights seen in the area, and that's what's spooking the cattle, and there's a ghost car that travels down that highway, and this and that. All the stories that came out, it was brilliant. In the end, what they found it was that there were some mushrooms growing in the field, and some wild mushrooms that were mildly hallucinogenic, and the cows had been into it, and so they were less sort of like cows and more like 1980s Euro trash coming out of your discotheque on the disco biscuits. And, well, as you tend to do when you're high on the disco biscuits, you tend to shy away from bright lights. Well, unfortunately, every morning there's a big round light that appears in the eastern side of the sky, so they were all heading west to try and get away from the sun. That's all it was stoned cows. But it went on for over a month. It was hilarious. So, radio.
Yeah. But your animals are all a bit mad as well in Australia, aren't they? I mean, I heard a story that your emus attacked the army once and won.
Well, technically they didn't. Technically the army attacked them and lost. So that was the Great Emu War. And
yeah.
So, and yes, there is someone significant in my life that used to say about, it never happened and all the rest of that, and which was a fair comment, really, because most of the stories that we do tell are, in fact, 50% bull and 50% shit. So, it's one of those things. But the Great Emu War was actually 100% real. And so it was during the Depression in Western Australia. They had a drought, and these emus had come into the wheat belt, and they were absolutely decimating the crops. So the farmers were out there trying to shoot them. Well, emus are bloody fast, and they're also bloody big. The only problem is that they're only really lumpy in the middle, and they're sort of on two toothpicks, and they've got a toothpick up to where their little tiny brains are. But they're easily 6 foot tall, right? So, radio. So the West Australian government got the army in, so they put about 6 blokes with a machine gun into it. And, well, as you know, machine guns are known as being highly accurate over distance. And they were basically aiming for the lumpy bit, and, well, 9 times out of 10 they missed. So it didn't really work. And so it would have been one of these little eccentricities about Australia that just went down in history as a non-event, and it would have just been forgotten about if it wasn't for the argument between the government and the opposition at the time, in that the leader of the opposition actually said in Parliament, well, in every field of combat that the Australian forces have been in, we've struck a medal. So should we strike a medal for the Emu War? And being that we lost, should we strike a medal for the emus? And so that was sort of how it went down in history.
That is so Australian.
I've actually got a book that was given to me by a guy called Bill Bryson that I've read about 6 times, called This is Australia. And he's a pommy bloke, but he lived in New York, and I think he wrote for the New York Times, and he was sent over to Australia to do a story, and as he had what did he call it, a 1,700-hour flight, all right, he thought, I better learn stuff about Australia, because Australia, we know that it exists in America and in the Northern Hemisphere, but it doesn't really crop up much. So, he said, because you've been very, very thoughtful in not having evil dictators and despots and all the rest of that, and, you don't tend to have unfriendly coups and things like that. And so he actually lists in the year that he was travelling that Australia appeared in the news more times than Venezuela, but less times than ice cream, and things like that. So he went through all of these things, and as he was on his way, he started learning things, and he became absolutely fascinated with the place and totally enamoured with it. And the one thing he couldn't get his head around was our Prime Minister, Harold Holt. If you've heard of Harold Holt, in that, well, we lost him, as you do. And he was just, how does that happen? How do you take a serving Prime Minister and he's just gone missing? So, radio, he was in I think it was in South Australia, and he went for his morning swim at the beach. And, well, the odds are the sharks got him. But there were stories that a Japanese sub picked him up and all sorts of other things. And yeah, but he just disappeared, and to this day no one's ever found him. So he was fascinated at the fact that, a Prime Minister can go swimming and his attendants are just having a snooze in the car and all the rest of that, and he just disappears. He was...
Yeah, didn't we?
Sorry?
Didn't we have that with one of our MPs who disappeared in Australia? Went for a swim and never returned.
Potentially, I don't know about that one.
I can't remember his name, but quite famous.
But in the most Australian way possible, we memorialised Harold Holt for him going missing at sea. We didn't do a statue or anything like that, as you guys would do. We named a public swimming pool after him. So, as you do.
Love it.
And he's just he's obsessed with that, and then he starts looking into more recent things, and he discovered that Australia is still the only place, as well as being the first place on Earth, to set off a non-governmental nuclear device.
Non-governmental?
And
so not Lagoon Falls one then.
That's correct. And not at Maralinga, or it wasn't too far from Maralinga actually, but yeah. And the beautiful part is, because it's Australia, it took us 7 years to find out that they'd done it.
Wow.
Somebody set off an atomic device and it took us 7 years to work it out.
Yeah.
So what actually happened was that all the seismic stations around the country all registered tremors, as if something was happening, like an earthquake or something like that out in the ocean, in the Pacific or the Indian. And the only problem was, because they all detected it, it meant that it was coming from inland. Well, there's no faults, so it wasn't an earthquake, and that confused us a lot. So we basically said, we'll look at that again later, as you do.
Yeah.
And then, meanwhile, back at the ranch, if you remember that group of nutcases over in Japan that did the sarin gas attacks in Tokyo.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was them. So they apparently, that religious group, they actually owned a couple 100,000 acres in the northern parts of South Australia, and they were playing with some slightly radioactive toys. And
it's surprising that the Chinese or Russian satellites didn't pick it up, and maybe, I don't know, wonder whether it was a launch. Yeah.
So it's but yeah, that's what happened.
Gosh.
One of the other things that astounds him is that there was a team of researchers that was in Western Australia, and they set out from Perth and drove for about 2.5 days and found this completely hitherto unknown to science species of ant. It was kind of like a missing link in the evolutionary scheme of insects, and yeah, it was quite a big deal. So they took notes, and they were there and they studied it as much as they could. Their funding ran out, so they went back home, and then 12 months later, when they went back to go and find them again, when they got more funding, they couldn't find them. So, rightio, that was a bit of a bugger. So then they were driving back. They were over 1,000 miles from where they'd found them, and they pulled over so one of the guys could have a pee. And lo, he was peeing on a nest of them. So these things that had never existed, they were a theorised species. Just, theoretically it should exist, kind of like the Great Southern Land must exist to balance out the planet. And they've never been found in human history, just theorised, and then they found them, lost them, and then pulled over for a pee and found them again. So yeah, so he just gets obsessed with all of these things, and so rightio. It's a very good book.
Yeah.
So,
talking about very good books, I wrote a book. Well, I've written a few.
You've written a few.
My most recent, my most recent book. I just thought I'd plug it.
Well, I was going to get to that, and then so Andy has written a book which I did have sitting right here with me for the last one we did so badly, which I don't at the moment. It's up at the house because I was reading some of it this morning, but I will put a picture and all of that up, and your webpage and everything else. So it's Stasi Swallow, which I can only say thus far up to chapter 10, or halfway through chapter 10, it is bloody brilliant. It's very warped, very funny, assuming you have a warped and slightly dark sense of humour, and if you have a fatalistic sort of attitude towards the planet as well, it gets even better.
That would help, yeah.
And I will recommend my favourite part of the whole book, other than, a couple hundred little quips you've made, but as a paragraph or section, is the warning that you gave in the beginning about just stressing that the book is a novel, although parts of it or all of it may in fact be true, and all of that. What was it? All novels are always based in part on fact, even the bits
everything's got to be based on something that happened somewhere, sometime, to someone.
Yes,
hasn't it?
And what you go to great lengths to make sure of is that nobody could ever possibly confuse it as being something that in fact happened to someone that happened to look very much like yourself in very specifically named nations at the time that may or may not have had curtains made of iron.
Yes.
Yes. I do all right with that one?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I changed all the names, so nobody will know it's me.
So
it wasn't me. Sorry, nobody will know. Everybody will know it wasn't me.
So, if I give a quick précis of the story,
the main problem with the Soviet Union, and particularly not the people were lovely. The main problem was their authorities. And the problem was they've got no sense of humour.
Yes.
It's just... I mean, when you was kids, did you go scrumping? Did you climb over walls and things like that? Yeah, but over there, especially around Berlin, you climb over a bloody wall and they get really uptight. They try to shoot you. And in nearly 1,000 cases did shoot people.
So it makes it more of an extreme sport.
Yeah. Got to think about that.
It's like photographing trains in Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
It's apparently
didn't like photographing trains in the Soviet Union either.
Didn't they?
No, they'd think he was a spy.
Right.
And if you wrote down the numbers, God, man, that was serious. Especially if you wrote down the numbers of all the tanks on the trains and everything like that.
That one I can sort of understand.
Why put numbers on them if they don't want you to write them down?
True enough.
And the Russians and the East Germans, they didn't just put numbers, they had big white numbers on the turrets about like a foot tall, you know. Couldn't really miss them.
But
they say, what are all these numbers of tanks you've written down? And you said, well, I was going to do a bingo when we got home, and I've just sort of put some numbers down for the bingo.
Bingo with 5 or 6 digit numbers.
Yeah.
It's a very big bingo match we have.
Yeah, we call it T72 bingo.
Yeah. So just to give to both the people that are silly enough to watch this a quick précis of the book. So feel free to correct me. So effectively, you had a marriage that had ceased to be a marriage as such.
Yeah.
And so you and a couple of mates each decided to go and buy some trucks and go on a holiday and go do some driving that paid pretty well. In the 80s in Europe. So, and obviously because that was still in the very much in the Soviet era, and it was a very hot period in the Soviet era as well, mostly because the West, dare I say it, kept poking the bear and used to make quite a big job of that, you know. And so you would have lots of fun and adventures, and mirth and merriment did happen.
Yes.
So, and in the process, you happen to fall head over heels in love with someone that may or may not have fallen head over heels in love with you, that also turned out to be a Stasi operative.
Yes.
Yes. So that's where I'm up to in the book, guys, in chapter 10. And so this is right at the time when there was multiple series of war games being taking place by the West, where they would effectively establish that they were happening and then have radio silence so that the Russians could sit there and wonder, hang on, is this a game or is this not? So the Russians were thinking that there was an invasion coming at any time. This is in 1983. And the West was going, well, what are we doing? We're being innocent. We're just practicing, as they do.
Yeah,
so
we're just practicing attacking your naval bases where your SSBMs are kept.
Yes.
Like, you know, Murmansk, Polar Inlet, and the Kuril Islands.
So what I like is the topic is actually quite dark and, dare I say, even bordering on evil. But make no mistake, guys and girls, we are the bad guys in this scenario, is what I'm referring to, in that we are very much poking the bear. And it's something that, so it is very dark and quite horrific in a way, but personally I think it's bloody hilarious as well. And
well, you weren't sitting in Warsaw when you thought like cruise missiles and Pershing 2s were going to land on you and fry you.
To be fair, you weren't thinking that much about that at the time. From what I've read, you were thinking about something else as well.
Yeah, well, yeah, she was nice. But she said something so romantic at one stage, you know.
The bit where she said she was going to shoot you in the back of the head.
No. Where she said that if the world was going to end right now, and we're going to get hit by our own missiles, not hers, because she was East German, wouldn't it be romantic if we were both incinerated together by a nuclear blast? We'd be together for eternity. I thought, girl, you're fucking mental, but
I was about to say, I don't mean to rain on your parade of romance there, because yes, that is a romantic line. It's a bit dark, but I like all of that stuff. But I was going to say, yes, you'd be incinerated together for all eternity until a stiff breeze came along.
Yeah, we never thought about the fallout side of things. We just thought about we're in the centre of Warsaw. It wouldn't be fallout. We'd just be part of the gamma.
I mean, being a thinking person as I am, I have sneezed in the presence of an ashtray and seen the results. So I think it would just be that on scale. But this is the thing: is I do genuinely highly and. You're not here to do a plug, or I hate all of this plug sort of crap, but I'm genuinely, thoroughly enjoying this book. It is just, if you have a warped sense of humour and if you can appreciate the nuance of history, and particularly if you can appreciate that we are not always the good guys, they are not always the bad guys, and insert whoever you want for they. You can always see the funny side of these things, and this book, the way that you've written it, you capture it beautifully. I will say the one horrific thing that I find is that some of your mannerisms and, shall we say, emotional leanings and tiltings and things like that with regard to the fairer sex, yeah, that strikes a bit close to home in that very, very similar. Yes, so I think you and I both fall into the category that we are basically one step away from being sexually attracted to fire. So, yes, but you get that. It keeps life interesting.
I got told off yesterday by my daughter. I'd watched this TV series called You.
You was mentioning this before we started, so yeah, I've been meaning to come back to this. Yes, You. Okay.
It's a Netflix series called You, and it's about a bloke who, well, he sort of kills people, I suppose. He falls in love with this girl, and any sort of interaction with this girl by another bloke or anything like that puts her at risk to him, he kills him.
Fair enough.
Yeah. And she's got this one bit where all her mates saying she shouldn't be with this bloke, and one of them tries to split them up and everything like that, and so he kills her as well. And my daughter didn't think that was fair. And I thought, well, I think it's quite justified.
Well,
because you can't go around killing people because they've cheated on you and, you know, and that stuff like that. And I thought, why not?
Well, that's only in your country or in my country as well, but in some other countries, yes.
You know, I mean, it's not a sort of thing we do, is it? But
yes.
I see there's justification there, and and I'm trying to make the point that no one's innocent here.
Yes.
And she says, oh no, it's the bloke because he killed her. I said, yeah, but he had reason to kill her.
Yes, but he didn't just wake up and think, I'm going to kill her. Just because, by the way, she's done this misdeed, which now justifies it, which is just lucky, really, because I was planning on doing it anyway. Right? Yeah. No, that is the motivation. Now, it doesn't really matter if you agree or disagree with his justification for killing her. He felt he was justified. Yeah. And that's something I've always found. I've met some, and you could relate to this, you know, throughout life you meet some interesting people that have done some very, shall we say, interesting things, regards to the law and things like that, and morals and all of that. And the thing I've always found is that the absolute worst of the baddies, they always had a justification for why they did the thing at the time. I mean, in the cold light of day, they might have gone, well, geez, I buggered up, I shouldn't have done that, I went a bit far, you know. I should have just given him a smack in the mouth instead of eating his liver or whatever they did, you know. And so, I'm just guessing at things here. But the thing is that there was a justification in that person's head at the time. It doesn't really matter whether they were justified in the eyes of everyone else, because it's not everyone else holding the gun or whatever it was they were using.
Yeah.
So, right.
Yeah. But apparently my biggest failing was thinking that the TV series was a comedy.
Well,
I just thought it was so funny. Like, everybody else sitting there with straight faces. It's about murdering people. It's not funny.
Well, there's a humour that can be found in everything. You and I have discussed this many times. There is humour that can be found in everything, and if there's not, then you're not looking hard enough.
Yeah.
You know.
Warning. Warning.
Mm.
Don't try this at home.
Yes. Yes. Your warning where you say, nuclear war should not be undertaken in the state of California and this and that and the other and everything else. Yeah. And it's just... I think that's a big failing we have in the world today, is that we don't find the humour in things anymore. We're too bloody serious. No. And as a result of that, we get offended at everything too.
The trouble is, there's so much bad stuff going on, just wherever you look these days. And if you take it in too much and don't laugh about it, it sends you insane. Which is what's happening. It's changing what used to be defined as sane to insane is now perfectly normal.
So we've also got...
There's 100,000 sexes now.
Oh, just... Yeah. I'm hoping that seems like the light is at the end of the tunnel for that stupid bloody bit that we went down on that.
I came out of a station in London the other day and there's people dressed up as animals. Yeah. And I thought it was an advert for some show that was going on or something like that. You know, because you get that in the cities, don't you? No, these people were furries.
I've heard about this stuff. It's just... Do you ever notice that? So when we were younger,
they got quite offended when I laughed.
I'm sorry, but if you look like a bloody idiot, you deserve to be laughed at.
Yeah, I mean, it's their choice.
It's not a complex thing.
It's their choice to be whatever they want to be and call themselves whatever they want to call. I haven't got any problem with that at all.
But equally, it's my choice to giggle at them.
I find it's funny. Yeah.
Right? And you're offended by that. Who cares? Like, seriously, I'm offended by taxation, but do you think the Australian Tax Office is going to go easy on me?
Yeah.
Right? Same logic.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
You watch how far I'd get if I started a parade. Right? About banning the discrimination from the tax office. You know? It just...
I've got no problem with gays. If that's what they want to do, that's fine. It doesn't bother me. I just don't want it rammed down my throat.
The only ethnic minority that I have a problem with is cyclists. Right? And I claim that they are an ethnic minority because, well, they're not a group because they don't have any real friends, first of all. And, if I had any friends that were cyclists, I would very quickly disown them, or they would change their name from Jason or whatever to Mysterious Lump over in the far corner of the paddock. And vegans, yeah. Not all vegans are bad, some have died, so, okay, got that out. But it's just, like, what's the old line, how do you tell a vegan? Don't worry, they'll let you know.
Yeah.
Right? But have you noticed that we used to, when we were in school, if you were lagging behind, you'd get a kick up the bum and this and that and the other, and pick your game up, Andy, be like Joe Blow over here, and all of that. So someone that was performing better than you, and you should be aspiring to be on that level or better or whatever. Now, it's a race to the bottom, right? So because I've got a friend named Jessica and she's just finished eating her favourite red crayon because it tastes like happiness, right? I should be learning how to make them taste nice, right? We're going backwards. We're in a race to the bottom. And I honestly think that all of this furry garbage that's going on, without going down the road of mental illness and all the rest of that, like everyone else sort of does these days of talking of that, is I honestly think it's just about seeking attention.
Yep.
And, okay, go and do something laudable instead. And that's what we used to do. Go and do something that's worthy of attention. And yes. But have you also noticed that you can't, the amount of words you're not allowed to say now? Are we going trains again, are we? We are going trains. Oh, there we go.
No, just a token train thing.
Token train thing, yep.
Keeps on target.
But have you noticed that we have words now that are too offensive to say?
Yes.
And you've already said
retard.
Several
retard.
Yeah.
Can't use that, and I don't. I don't really understand that.
I use retard 20 times a day.
It's you know, it's not. It's the way. It's not the word. It's the context in which it's used. It's sometimes bad. And I'd say to people, yeah, I agree with you. You know, don't use it in that context. But it is. I mean, I had a retarder on my truck, which was like a brake system, and you know, an auxiliary brake system.
My bikes, some of the bikes I've had advance and retard for the spark.
Yeah.
Right.
Why can't you use the word? It just strikes me as crazy.
I make a habit of using the word retard at least 5 times a day. It's not really a habit. It's just sort of natural, I suppose. I speak the way I speak, but I frequently make comments of, you know, of this guy has all the charisma of a mildly retarded glove puppet sort of thing, and things like that. And you know, it's just, you know, you have certain phrases that you use in your day-to-day existence, and yeah, we can't say these words now, and I don't like it. The one I really hate is that they've taken the word dead, and that's now unalive, which is just, I genuinely want to smack people in the face with a dictionary for that. And that should be an Olympic sport. And then they have, so for, how can I word this without, because this is going to go on YouTube, so how can I put this on, say this word? If we call it, Jimmy Savile syndrome, how's that sound? Right? You can't say that word that starts with P because it's offensive. Well, I'm sorry, it bloody well should be offensive because it's describing an offensive act.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's just, I don't get that. Right? There are things in this world that are morally abhorrent and offensive and everything else. So the word to describe them should be offensive.
Can I just get clarification? When you say this P word, are you referring to politicians?
Oh, no. Similar thing. Pope would work too, potentially. But
yeah, get you.
Yeah. So, you know, it's just, it does my head in. So now we all dislike the act, but we get more upset about the word, so you can't say the word. Well, doesn't that just make the act just that little bit more in the closet? And
yeah, no, there's other words that have now got different meanings. If you're slightest bit, you know, inclined one way, you're a Nazi.
Yep.
You know.
Even though, as you and I have discussed many times, the Nazis were actually left-wing.
Yeah. National Socialist Party.
Which was you that actually reminded me.
The point is that they're applying this word and diminishing the value of the word.
Yes.
By applying it to people that haven't killed millions of people.
Yeah.
They've just stood on a campaign that might have some right-wing leaning in it.
Actually, I've just had a little bit of a very, very minor epiphany there. In that, so they're applying this word to people that haven't killed millions and been failed painters. But is that not the same as how, you know, we're applying trophies to people that have participated, the same as people that have actually put in effort and won? It's the same, but it's the obverse of it. But it's the same principle, in that it's sort of just trying to make everyone the bloody same. Well, we're not the same, because, you know, we're all humans. We are all we're made of the same meat and veg, but we're all, some of us more vegetable than others, but we won't go down that road. And then, you know, we have our nuances and our differences. I mean, except vegans and cyclists, because they're all the same and crap. And one day when I grow up, I look forward to owning a couple myself.
You know, vegan, don't you?
Sorry?
I'm a vegan. No.
You can't be a vegan. You don't dribble
Oh
nearly enough.
no, I'm not. No, sorry, I'm not a vegan.
Right. I was going to say, I've been speaking to you.
I just don't eat a lot of meat because I don't like meat.
I've been speaking to you for years, and you've never told me you're a vegan, so you can't be.
No, I'm not really a vegan.
So,
I lied about that.
We
just for effect.
Just for effect. What I love.
I'm not against vegans, and I'm not against cyclists. I know, that's what they want to do. Let them do it.
Oh, look,
I've got a bit of a problem with cyclists because I think they're actually contributing to global warming. Because I had a Jeep, not my present Jeep. But
I honestly thought you were going to say they're contributing to global warming with all the hot air that comes out due to their smugness.
No, this is an absolute fact. I had this old Jeep. It was petrol engine, like big engine thing it was. And I'm driving down a country lane, and there's cyclists riding 2 or 3 abreast, and I can't get past them. My fuel economy used to drop to about 6 or 7 miles per gallon while I was sitting behind them. So think of the extra fossil fuel they're making me burn by being in the way.
Yes,
they are contributing to global warming.
Now, if you had have done what could potentially, and I genuinely, if I ever make it into power one day, will be the national duty, right, of pushing the pedal on the right, you would have dropped your MPG briefly when you had the bump, but then after that it would have gone back to normal. Right? And
but you see, when I overtook them, you might not have much space, so you really hit the throttle. And I'm down to about 3 miles to the gallon then.
It's just what I have a problem with is that. So I don't have a problem. I enjoy riding a push bike and this and that and the other. I've met a few town push bikes. The thing is that when you have a situation where you hit a stage in middle age where you decide, I think I need to pursue a career in lycra wearing, right? Give up, Gerald. You've had enough, right? And when you also have an ass that is basically looks like 2 small hippos being smuggled under a lycra blanket, right? And you sit on a bike, you look like a friggin' lollipop from behind. The world is laughing at you, right? Regardless of how trendy you think you look, right? It's ridiculous. And the smugness that they have is only in existence because they have not seen a mirror since 1982, right? It's just... I just find every element of their existence comical. And as I wish to slap other people with dictionaries, I wish to slap cyclists with a Kenworth or something, right?
Yeah.
I accidentally said vegans. I don't wish to slap vegans with a Kenworth, so I'm sorry to all you vegans, right? It just... Although there was a guy in... was it in the UK? That... He committed a crime up Milwaukee Road porn.
Subliminal images. Just flash them on your screen.
So there was a guy, I think it was in the UK, that he went into a vegan restaurant brandishing, and the way the newspaper said it was double wielding steaks. He had a steak in each hand and he went to the vegan diners and was slapping them over the face with steaks. And saying, if you don't eat your meat, you can't have any pudding. Now, there's a guy that needs a medal.
Yeah.
Right? I would happily go and lay flowers at a statue to that guy. Right? Meanwhile, there was another one in China that you may or may not... It was about 4 or 5 years ago. There was a guy... And I'm going to commit the cardinal sin and use the M word here and claim that he was a martyr to mankind. This lovely Chinese chap whose name has been forgotten to history, but hopefully his wonderful deed he committed has not been. And for any males watching, any Sheilas watching, please just go away for a minute, right? But so You know what it's like when you get dragged into a bloody shopping centre, right? And, you know, and within 10 minutes you're questioning your life choices, right? And, you know, this woman, yes, I love her very much, but her head probably would look better as a colander about now, because we've gone to 178 shops all selling what looks like the same crap to me. So this guy was taken into this massive shopping centre, and his wife, they was on all the security cameras. She kept having pops at him, and he was getting more and more aggro as he went. Because, you know, it was just one more shop, darling, one more shop. And they went to about 30 shops, and he's getting more and more agitated as he went. And in the end, he was seen on the CCTV. He threw the bags down, right, and said, enough. And I like to think this is where he made himself into a martyr, a hero, and a legend for all mankind. He then ran and leapt to his death off a 5th-story balcony because he was that fed up with shopping with his wife.
Wow. Yeah.
We've all been there, though. Let's be honest.
I don't think I have. I've been lucky, really, I suppose. But Uta used to tell me off for buying her clothes.
Mm-hmm.
But she looked so gorgeous and everything. Yeah, but as well, you know, and that sort of thing. But, I don't think I've ever had a wife. And I'm thinking back through all of them now. That I've ever been like that with.
You're thinking back through all... How many wives have you had?
Well, I've only had 2 that I've officially married, but the problem was I was married to one for 40 years, although I wasn't with her.
Right, that's right, yes.
Other relationships, you see, in that time.
Mm.
In fact, none of my children are actually from any of my wives.
Yes.
If you get what I mean there.
Yeah, we discussed this in the last one, which nobody shall ever see due to echoes. But yeah, it's an interesting tale in that it was probably a way of describing the happiest marriage in history.
It was, yeah. I mean, we never argued. Not at all. Not in all the time we were together and all the time we were apart. But I do think that the strength of that marriage was that the last 35 years of it, we didn't know where each other lived.
It does diminish the argument somewhat.
But she was lovely. I mean, you know, I can't knock the girl. She was terrific.
Yep.
Rosemary, her name was.
Mm.
And she only had one little failing.
Absence.
No, sleeping with other people.
Well, that is a mild,
Yeah.
a mild, a mild foible. So
yeah. I just want to clarify the point I made about my wife's girlfriends, partners, whatever you like to call them. But I never had a bad one. They all had their little, you know, little things like Rosemary was cheating. Another one ran off with a Canadian yachtsman to Jamaica. And Uta, bless her soul, she used to keep killing people, but other than that, you know, it's, I think I've been fairly lucky.
Yes, I like the way that you the order that you put that in there. That's quite good. I like that. I support this. It's I've had some interesting ones. Yes. And
I only feel guilty about one of them.
Yes, I can relate.
2 of them actually. The first one, the one in the book, obviously. But my first wife, I left her after 2 weeks. So I feel a bit guilty about that, but it wasn't my fault.
So it wasn't your fault that you left her?
No, I mean, we went out to get something to eat one night because we were a bit late back from the club, and we ended up in Felixstowe, not Felixstowe, but Yarmouth in Norfolk, because we knew there was a fish and chip shop open all night there. And stopped in at Lowestoft on the way back and met a mate who was a engineer on one of J. Maher's deep sea trawlers. And we had rather a lot to drink.
Yes.
And ended up stopping on the trawler because we could get a hotel. And I didn't know that at the time. I just woke up one morning and saw this gas rig floating past the window of the hotel.
As they do.
As they do. And you think, that's funny, don't you? And I thought, oh, it must have been coming to port. And then I realised that, no, we were going past it because I was on a ship out at sea. Because the floor kept moving at this hotel, and I couldn't really blame that on the hangover from the night before.
Yes.
Because it was moving quite substantially. And I sort of walked down the corridor and out onto the open deck to realise I was on a trawler at sea in the North Sea, just going past I think it was the indefatigable gas rig, field, and I didn't get back for 2 years, by which time she divorced me for desertion.
Well, yes, you can sort of, at the risk of not towing the male line here, you can sort of see her point. Sort of. It's a grey area, though, I will grant you.
I would have waited, were it me, if I loved the person.
But see, that's the
Maybe.
thing, is that I maintain that...
I was young then.
I maintain that blokes are just better like that, in that you would actually wait. In that we're actually very simple creatures, in that if you've got someone that loves you at home, for the most part, you're right, everything's hunky-dory, and yeah, that's just a portion of your life. Right, got that taken care of now. Got to earn some money, got to do this, got to do that, and all the rest of that, you know. And we don't tend to put that much more thought into it than that. It's a simple little thing. You put it in a little box and you go, right, that's okay, so I can concentrate on the other things I need to do for my responsibilities and this and that and the other. And yeah, it's I do remember there was one of the first girls I was ever very keen on, shall we say, is a girl by the name of Debbie, and I would have been about 14 and a career piss pot at the time, as you do, and we used to we'd go out drinking and everything else, and she was a mate of mine's girlfriend's best mate, and oh, mate, Debbie was a stunner. You'd crawl over broken glass to get to her. She was a gorgeous little thing, she apparently was drunk enough to think that I was all right too, so you know, and so yeah, we imbibed quite a lot of fermented beverages that night, and so we were sitting down on the bed together, side by side, and the crucial moment came, and she started leaning in with her eyes closed, and I started leaning in with my eyes closed, as you do, and we got to about 1.5 inches away from each other's face, and I thought I was going to let out a little tiny, silent, dare I say, elegant burp, but it wasn't. It was rather a lot of vomit that came out in a projectile-ish sort of way, and she wasn't very keen on me after that.
No, that's not one of the best dating tricks, is it?
It's not. I don't recommend it. The Yelp review wasn't fantastic, if that had existed at the time. Yeah, spray painting the Sheila you're keen on's face it's just not up there on the top 10 list of things to do. But
I'd like to tell you, I don't know if I should, I mean, well, you might have to cut this out.
So yeah, so that's that story that probably should never have been told in public or anything like that, but I thought it was amusing.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Oh dear me.
and yeah, you couldn't kill him. So, you know, he was fine. A bit dribbly for a bit, but, you know, it's just,
Fine.
it's the way it worked. that was Ernie.
Yeah, he's fine.
It just, the situations he used to get into were quite horrific, but it was always entertaining and interesting. So, you know how it goes.
Yeah.
So, but we actually had, I mentioned the guy Rick. So this guy Rick, he came up from Sydney, and he'd known Ernie for years, and he would have been late 30s at the time. And he turned up, and Rick was great. He was renting a caravan in a caravan park around the corner from us. And he was around every day, or we were going over there and we were getting blind. And that was all great. And then one day, this Sheila turned up. Beautiful woman. Beautiful blonde hair, blue eyes, very professional, like wearing a business attire, you know. The only thing, and she pulled up out in the driveway in a Mercedes, and just this picture of elegance and professionality, except for this big butcher's knife that she was holding. But other than that, she looked like she was about to go into a board meeting. And so she's bashed on the door, and I've opened the door, and hello. And she says, "Where's Rick?" And I've seen down in her hand what she's got, and I've just said, "Don't know who you're talking about, love." She said, "Don't you bullshit me. I know he's here somewhere." I said, "I don't know where he is. I don't know where Rick." She's like, "I know you're full of it. I'll be staking this place out, and if I see him, I'll cut you." It's just the weirdest thing. Oh, yeah, no worries, rightio. And so anyway, rightio, she goes away. So I've slipped out the back gate that no one knew we had. And I've gone down the causeway and all this and around to this caravan park, and I'm bashing on Rick's door, and he's sort of staggering and stumbling, and I open the door, and I've gone, "Mate, come on, get in." "Oh, have a drink with me." "Yeah, all right, we'll have a drink, but we need to talk." Right? I said, "Mate, this gorgeous blonde thing's just pulled up at our door." I said, "With this bloody big knife looking for you, and I think she might be going for a bit more than a vasectomy, you know." And he said, "Oh shit, that's me wife." What? So for the last couple of months, I've been going out with Rick, and there's been Sheila's getting pulled by everyone and all of this, and yep, no worries. He just neglected to mention that he had a wife, as you do. And he said, "Yeah," he said, "she takes things a bit serious." And I said, "Like what?" And he said, "Oh, marriage vows mostly." It's like, right. He said, "You didn't tell her where I am?" I said, "Of course not." And he said, "All right." He said, "Well, I won't be leaving here for a couple of days." It's like, "Right, have you got everything you need?" He's like, "Yeah, I've got smokes, I've got booze, I'm all good." "Yep, rightio." So yeah, so he basically gotten bored and done a runner on his missus, and this was the 3rd or 5th or 38th time he'd done this. So yeah, he'd do this every year or so. And then final one on Rick was we went down to the Alexandra Hill, well, Alex Hills, Redlands Tavern or Koala Tavern or whatever it is at Alexandra Hills, and which was this new pub thing they had, and we were playing pool, and they had an old jukebox, and do you know the song "Radar Love" by Golden Earring?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So Rick had put that on, and he's there bopping away to it, you know, and bopping away as he's taking his shot, and calm as a coma, you know. And this big Samoan bastard come up, and you know Samoans, they're like 6 foot 38 inches tall, and you know 38 caliber chest and all the rest of that. And he's just come over, put his $2 in the jukebox, and put some hippie whatever type music on, right, and ruined Rick's song halfway through, without saying a word, without missing a beat. Right, Rick's just casually put his cue down, walked over, picked up a bar stool, and cracked it over this big bugger's head. Right, So this big guy's now out like this on the floor, right? He's just gone back, picked up my shot, isn't it? And just gone back and taken his shot. As if nothing happened. It just standing there with your jaw dropped. It was just one of those things. And yeah, but anyway, that was Rick. So
Oh dear.
So anyway, trains. They're good, aren't they?
Yeah. Train for it, love a train for it.
So now, I should point out here, if there's anybody still watching, that Andy, actually, I'm quite in support of his modelling interest because he liked the Milwaukee Road, which, as some of you know, I'm a closet Milwaukee Road fan. So, that FP45 you showed before, that was a livery you came up with as a modernised version, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a fantasy. I think they call them, don't they? Fantasy.
Something like that. But yeah. I mean, that was actually kind of close because their original livery for their freight diesels, before they went to the orange and black, was actually orange and grey. So the black area was grey originally. There was an earlier livery that was grey with orange stripes, but there was the black area was like a battleship grey at one point. So yeah. So that layout, is that the layout that you had in your office, or was that a home layout?
Yeah, that's the layout from the office. So it's went all the way around the office.
I recognise several of those kits.
Yeah, fella.
Yep.
Yeah.
Do you remember that time when every layout on the planet had the Falla Brewery kit? Because that was about the only large industrial brick building you could get in HO scale.
Yeah, I didn't have that. I don't think I've ever had that.
I never did either. But for years, that was the only large brick building you could get.
I'm just going through a few pics of the layout.
So this is in your office at work?
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not now.
No. Because
I sold it a year back now, I think it was.
So now,
and
I should point out that, because we went through this in the last one, which we can't air, that this layout that you had was not subtle or small.
No, it was 20 by 16, the office. And it went all the way around the office. And it was 3 decks. Eventually 3 decks. Some of these photos are showing it when it was single deck.
So you had a couple of good photos there showing it overall, and then one showing, I think you said her name was Jazz, and her displeasure whilst you were blowing the horn on a train while she was on a phone call.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find a photo of her. Yeah, I've got a photo of her somewhere. I've just got so many photos that I don't know.
See, this is my problem, is that most of my old photos I've lost. So yeah, we got a ransomware attack back in 2020, and 2020 was a crap year. It was a very good year for sales, but it was a very crap year for everything else. And I had floods and
fires.
Floods and all the rest of that, and then bloody got ransomware.
Mouse. You had a mouse invasion, didn't you?
We did have a mouse plague in 2020 as well, which thankfully was eased a bit by the floods, and then it was made worse because of them. So the big problem was where my other house is in Jandowie, is that we used to have Queensland Rail used to have the train set running up there to haul the grain out, and well, they had a bumper crop that year, and the silos in Jandowie only held 48,000 tonne, but they used to put another 52,000 under tarp next to it, so just this big blue mountain next to it. And well, they'd stopped using the train line, so it all had to get out by road, but basically everywhere on the Darling Downs was in the same boat. There was just grain everywhere. And so it'd sit there for quite a while, and so of course you get the mice, which meant that you get the snakes and the eagles and the owls, and all the wildlife would come in, because there was a buffet for the mice, and then the mice became the buffet. So it made things very interesting. So to a point where you'd have people in town that were saying, "Oh, I'm going down to Brisbane on the weekend. Do you want me to grab you some mouse traps?" And now, please bear in mind, Brisbane was 260 kilometres away. And so, they'd be driving that far, because you couldn't get mousetraps anywhere. Everywhere had sold out. So there's Jazz.
There's Jazz, yeah, in the office, giving me that look, of disgust. So I used to have this F40, and it was really, really loud. I don't know why, but it was really loud. Nathan horn on it, I know, whatever it was. I used to just drive it past her and just come out that tunnel just behind her there and sound the horn when she was involved in a serious phone call with somebody. She gets so annoyed with me.
This is back in the time when you used to be able to do this sort of stuff.
Well, this is until quite recently. Yeah.
So
the railway was good. This is quite an old shop because it's only got one deck or two decks there. There's the hidden deck where all the hidden sidings are underneath that lot. But then there's another deck that went on top of that, which was, let me find it.
So now when how did you go about actually saying, right, well, I'm going to put a layout in here?
Well, I bought a layout at an exhibition, a little 12-foot by 2-foot one. And that was my first American layout, and that was 20 odd years ago. And I just put it up in the office, and the boss didn't mind. And I just sort of extended a little bit to it, a little bit more to it, a little bit more to it, until we ended up with sort of floor to ceiling.
There we go. So that bridge, for those that haven't twigged it, that the middle level bridge there, that's based on the Keddy Y on the Western Pacific, which became the Union Pacific. And
yes.
Yeah. So that's
behind that lot there is the helix.
Yep. Get up to the top and down to the bottom.
The bottom line used to come out of the hidden sidings. We had room, I can't remember how many, 20 perhaps trains in the hidden sidings of 20, 25 wagons each. And then it used to come off. There's another section which came off to the right here of the photo, which went along that wall.
Oh, up the top there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the upper deck is the, you can see that all the three primary levels there.
Is that a fourth level up the top, like right up the top?
No, there is 3 primary levels.
Okay. So
are you talking about right-hand side top?
Right-hand side, right up the top. So above that red building.
Yeah, no, that's a little quarry line.
Oh, okay, yep.
But that was, I really enjoyed that layout. I had a lot of fun with it. The boss liked it. Boss used to buy things for it because it was an absolutely brilliant, what do you call it, icebreaker.
Yeah.
We had the bank manager turns up, sees the layout there. Excuse me. Sees the layout there. He's a closet model railway person himself. It's gone well. We had an in-depth inspection from Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs one day, where a bloke turned up with a van load of people in overalls. which is always a bad sign because the overall, like, they're going to go through everything.
Mm.
And he walked into the office, see the layout there, and got on his phone and phoned downstairs to the other lot and says, "No, we'll leave it here." He says, "I'll stay and do a bit." He says, "If you move on to the next site." And we spent 2 or 3 days playing on the layout.
Yep.
And he even brought one of his locos in on the second day to, run on the layout. And so that was that inspection over and done with. Just before he left, he says, "Oh, can I have a couple of free invoices?" He says, "Just to, and give me some copy invoices."
Yep.
That I can check out. So, yeah.
See, I feel like we've lost a lot of
we used to have a lady, I shouldn't really mention her name in public, should I, but a lady from the bank who did the factoring. And she used to come up in this woolen knitted dress, skirt, whatever you call it.
Mm.
And she would lean over the layout, and every time she did that, her skirt would lift right up.
Yes.
And it got to the point where we were putting extra little bits of detail on at the back for the next time it came. "Oh, have a look at this bit. This is a new bit we've added,
Yes.
Everybody was standing in the doorway looking at her. Yeah. Mm.
It's... Yeah. Yes. But obviously you were just keen to get her opinion on things.
Oh, obviously, yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course. It perished the thought that there were any mischievous intents or anything like that.
Yeah, I could spell that. Mischievous.
Exactly.
Yeah. But, yeah.
So now I'm going to ask you a question on something you were telling me about in the failed attempt we did at this last week.
Oh yeah, we ended up, I'll just show you this one, I've just come across this one. We ended up, instead of backscene,
Mm-hmm.
we just started painting the walls. And then stuck the layout up against them.
Yep. Why not?
Yeah.
And see, that actually looks quite good too.
Yeah, the bloke who painted that was really good. That was, it's actually my granddaughter there.
Mm.
But he was, I thought he was really good. We were going to do the whole offices, getting to do all the offices like it.
With murals or with layouts or with both?
With, back scenes on the walls. So that I could then extend the layout through the wall.
Yep.
Into the next office, into the boardroom or into the control centre or somewhere like that. But we never got that far.
So now, there was a story you told me in our failed attempt last week that I'd like you to tell again. So, about you picking up a T-34.
Yeah. I didn't pick it up, John Sketch picked it up. But, after people going around shooting each other and all that sort of stuff, there's lots of dumped military equipment all over the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
And he went out there, I forget what he took out there, a Warrior or something like that, I can't remember. And there was this T-34 sitting by the side of the road with the tracks off.
Mm-hmm.
And he said to the Yanks, "Could he have it?" And they said, "Yeah, help yourself." "Yeah, go on, man, take it with you."
So now, for those playing along at home that aren't sure, shame on you, first of all, but second of all, T-34 is a Russian tank, so the Russians were supplying, the Iraqis?
Yeah.
And this was the war between Iraq and Iran, or Iraq and America?
No, this would have been Iraq, Iran.
Yep.
No, it wouldn't. It was about 19... I don't know. It was 1990, 91-ish.
Yeah, no, that was Iraq Mark 1.
So it could have been Iraq.
That was America and Iraq, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the war that started because Saddam Hussein was a very bad person, Bush Senior told us, but it couldn't possibly have had anything to do with the fact that Iraq had just tried to get off the petrodollar system.
No, not that, nor invading Kuwait. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's relevant.
Yeah, so it was just because he was a thoroughly not a very nice dinner guest or something.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, we met a guy called Uday, which is one of his sons apparently.
Yep.
Met him in London because we had another little job to do for him later. And I thought he was a really nice bloke.
Yeah. I don't have any trouble whatsoever in believing this.
Met him in a London hotel, but like then I saw a film about him that it links with it's talking about trains. Two blokes talking about trains, so I put this in here. The chap I sold my layout to, the one in the office from Manchester, was ex-IDF. And we got talking to him about it, and then he said, "You thought he was a nice bloke?" I said, "Yeah, he seemed a nice bloke, mate." And he made me watch this film about him. They'd made a film about Mr. Saddam Hussein's sons, and I was quite shocked.
Was Uday the one who got shot?
I don't know if he got shot or not. I know he chucked women off balconies and things like that. Not a very nice character at all. But I thought he was hilarious. You know.
Well,
there you go.
I'm just going to say that. So that's sort of your Neville Chamberlain moment, then, was it?
How bad a judge of character I am.
In that when Neville Chamberlain came back from visiting that lovely Austrian bloke in Germany. About 6 months prior to the war.
Yeah,
before he went.
Guy, yeah.
You know, about 6 months prior to his Polish holiday.
Peace and old crime, yeah.
When he came back and said that he was what did he say? He was a spirited chap. And yes, but someone we could work with.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mind you, please bear in mind that roughly at the same time that was happening, we had half the Japanese Navy in Sydney Harbour.
Yeah.
On a goodwill mission.
Yeah, I think we helped build it, didn't we, some of it?
I think so.
Yeah, was it Murphy or something? Yeah.
So we tend to forget these little foibles in history.
Yeah.
So with a T, so you've got a T30. So your mate's got a T34 on the back of a truck in Iraq.
He's got it as far as Trieste. On a TIR Carly that he wrote up himself. And he's got stuck at the Italian customs. They've gone mad. And I've had to go out there and sort it out. But we had to get the Americans to de-weaponize it. Which, you know, I used to get on lovely with the Americans. They're a good bunch.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, but when the Italians were going off their trolley about it, it still had live rounds in it, didn't it?
Yeah, that was the problem, yeah. Yeah, they didn't give a shit that we'd just driven across their border with a tank. It was the live rounds that they took exception to.
What I find interesting is that there's a lot of borders between Iraq and Italy.
Yeah, but they're not really borders, are they?
Well, I suppose at the time and everything, yeah.
They're can't be block borders.
Arbitrary lines on a piece of paper, really.
Oh, you come across from Iraq. You've got to go through where? You've got to go through Turkey. Yeah. Yep.
Which brings you into Europe.
Yeah. So you got to go to Turkey. So how do you get through Turkish borders? How much money you got?
Yep. It's greasing the wheels of commerce.
Yeah. What way do you come? Up through Romania? I just lost Ceausescu, and conflict there was worse when they lost Ceausescu than it was before. Romania went absolutely crazy.
See, that's funny you should say that, because I'm pretty sure I remember hearing that in the version of history we get told that everything was absolutely peachy and rosy in Romania because they lost Ceausescu.
No, it wasn't. That was not the accurate statement.
Does that mean that potentially there was a mishap in the communications from our media sources to us at some point? Surely.
I reckon so, yeah.
Accidents happen.
Ceausescu wasn't a good man. Did you know it was Ceausescu that actually started the Camp David, what became the Camp David peace talks?
Really?
Yeah.
Right. Well, that would...
Because he had relationships with both Israel, the Palestinians, and everybody, yeah? And like he must have said, hey guys, wouldn't it be a good idea if we all got together on this? And that's when the
PLO and
all that lot started
Israelis
together
went on an American holiday.
Yeah.
Right.
And Boutros Ghali in before he became head of the UN from Egypt, and I only know all this stuff because I went out with his niece once. Yeah, and that was how it all got put together.
So I actually heard this. This is just a serendipitous sort of thing. I actually heard on the radio they were talking about the current conflict, shall we call it, in Gaza, and they were talking about how it was Egypt that set up the peace talks between the PLO and Israel back then. And again, it must be just another accidental. Someone misnoted something in the history books there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is all public domain information.
Of course.
And if you search the right places, you can find it.
But as you and I have discussed now, is that, we have the entire compendium of human knowledge at our fingertips via das Interweb nowadays. And instead of using it to learn things or to become better or more learned people, instead what we do is we use it for pornography, photographing our meal, and cats.
Yeah.
Right, which... That's it. And,
Yeah.
So, radio... no, it matters not whether the thing I'm protesting for is actually factual or not. That's completely irrelevant. There's porn, cats, and food to look at.
Yeah.
And then, yes, but it drives me bonkers.
I'm going to say something now that might upset any Americans listening. I don't think it will, because the majority of railway modelling Americans are pretty clever guys.
Well, you've just got them on side now.
Let's go back to Romania. Even to this day, you will find a lot of Romanians that loved living under the Ceausescu government.
Mm-hmm.
They thought they were better off than under a capitalist system.
Yes.
Same in all the countries, particularly East Germany.
Mm.
You drive from West Germany into East Germany, it's like you're going back 25 years then, probably 50 years now. And they were poor, but there wasn't anybody hungry.
Yes.
There weren't any homeless.
Yes.
There weren't any people without jobs. A lot of people like that.
Yes.
The only time you had problems is if you said something negative about the state system or about, the Stasi or anybody like that. Because as I said before, they got no sense of bloody humour.
Would it be fair to say that it was a very childlike sort of lifestyle in that, like when you're a child, your mother and father provide for you? And
yes.
So
But you see, if you look at, you're bang on the nail there. Communism works in the home.
Yeah.
From each according to his abilities, to each according to his needs.
Yes.
So the father and the mother, if they both go out to work, they provide for the family, to the kids who need, and the kids get what they need from the providers. And so theoretically, communism works in the family. It doesn't work as a government system.
No.
Because it's just so totally against all human nature.
Yes, well, that's the old quote: is communism is the best form of government. It just doesn't work on humans.
Yeah.
And then the other quote that goes with that is capitalism is the best form of government, except for all the others. Right? So, you know, it's. I always find it comical, the argument that everyone has about pro or con for communism or pro or con for capitalism, in that it all depends on, you know, the glass is half empty, but it depends on which half you're looking at.
It depends on who you are as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Uta, she was a communist, she was a Stasi officer, she was an East German. She believed in it all.
Yes.
She seriously did. She was mad. And but as I said to her, you know, to be with her, I could have probably lived quite happily in East Germany because I wasn't a particularly greedy person.
Mm-hmm.
But where it went wrong was if you were, you know, like a headmaster or something of a school, you got paid probably not much different to what anybody else got paid.
Mm-hmm.
Look the other side of the Iron Curtain, you were earning 5 times, 10 times for the same job what you'd be earning in the East.
Yes.
So the human nature is to escape from the East and go to the West. But a lot of people were just happy with what they had.
And realistically, you've got to ask the question.
They didn't have to worry.
If you go to the West and you earn 5 times more, as a hypothetical, what are you going to do with it? Like, seriously, you'll have more money, you'll have more toys. Does it make you a better person? Does it actually give you a better lifestyle? Does it make you a more moral person?
That's the thing. I think I prefer the personality of the East Germans to the personality of the West Germans. Don't get me wrong, I love the West Germans as well. You know, they're good people. But West Germany was so superficial compared to the East.
Yeah.
You know, you met people in the East who were just content. They hadn't got a lot. Nothing in the shops to buy, but they were just content.
And that's the thing is, I mean, you know, so I had, as I've mentioned to you before, I had basically like a second father. Who was an Australian that worked for the government. And he was sent over to the East on business trips and things like that. And he said it was funny. He said all the training we did, and I mean, so I was very young. So I was only born in '78. So when the wall fell, I was 13-year-old. And so, but I was always interested in it, and you know, especially when, you know, the wall fell, and you know, to the tune of David Hasselhoff standing on top of it singing, and then the Scorpions came out with Wind of Change and all the rest of that, and you know, everyone gets a lump in their throat when they see the film clip now. But the thing is that the thing that he told me is, he said, you know, he said we did all of that training so that we could get off the plane and not stand out like a sore thumb. And he said the reality was the training actually did more harm than good, because what you saw on the TV here in Australia of dull and grey and this and that and the other, he said that's what we were conditioned and taught to believe. He said, but the reality was that's not how it was in Moscow. He said, and the thing that shocked him is, he said, as he was coming up the walkway from the plane in Moscow airport, is he said it was bloody Dusty Springfield was playing. He said Dusty Springfield had just hit Moscow. He said, and as I came out the doors, he said all these Sheilas had their hair like Dusty Springfield. He said, and so, he said all of that training I'd done just went out the window. He said, because my jaw just hit the ground. And he said, let's be honest, he said Russian women are so much more beautiful, and then you add in that Western element that you weren't expecting. He said he said my eyes were out on stalks. And the funny thing was that he met his opposite number, and Yevgeny, and I was lucky enough to meet Yevgeny. He came over to Australia for a couple of months for a holiday, and he stayed with him, and he stayed with Ken, and so I got to meet him, and I heard all the stories and everything else, most of which were stories I'd already heard from Ken. It was just nice to hear it from his side, and his attitude was, you know, he said he had his job, I had my job, and his government thought one way, my government thought another. He said, so, if he put a foot wrong, I put a bullet in the back of his brain. He said, but other than that, there's no reason why we can't be friends. And so they were the best of mates for 30 years. And, so to the point where Ken was actually godfather to Helena, his daughter. And it was fascinating to hear the other side of it. And that really helped to form my attitude of, not wearing blinkers and sort of looking at things from the other side, and that, that history really is 5% fact, 20% bullshit, and 75% propaganda. And it really is. And so you've got to sort of look at things and just assume most of what you're being told is a lie. And then just use your brain and look at both sides.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when you pulled somebody out of the East into the West, it was a shock to their system. I remember I brought Oot over on the 12th of November 1983, and we went into West Germany, and we stopped at Hanover, pulled up in the services there, took her out into the local town, to the local shopping mall, and bought her some Western clothes.
Yep.
She looked like a rag bag. Still beautiful, but
Yeah.
And she was absolutely gobsmacked how much I spent on her. And we went into the equivalent of a Costa or a Starbucks or whatever it was, and grabbed something to eat. And she said that I'd just spent on the coffee and cakes or whatever it was we had more money than she earns in a month.
Yeah.
Second thing that really shocked her was the fact that the shops were so colourful and had so much in them.
Yep.
Because in the East, you'd go into a shop to buy a loaf of bread, and a loaf of bread would be a loaf of bread. There wouldn't be like a rack of different types of bread. And that night, took her over to a nightclub in Hanover, and at one stage, she's on the dance floor, burst into tears. She couldn't believe that the people of the West were so nice to her. When they found out she came from the East, she thought they were going to be really horrible to her.
Yep.
And the other girls there just, you're one of us, sort of thing. Very moving time that was.
It's funny.
She'd never have wanted to go. She was a devout communist. Once I pulled into the West, she didn't want to go back. Mental processes of communism, she still argued with me and punched the granny out of me if I didn't agree with her. But it was difficult to actually, because we did thousands of miles in that truck together. And we were nattering away to each other all the time. I always trying to put together a political system that had the benefits of both, if you know what I mean.
Like a hypothetical, a what-if game of, if we ruled the world, this is what we would do, kind of, that sort of game.
Yeah.
I know it well.
And we never got to rule the world because the electorate is much cleverer than that.
But it's... Those would have been
My election campaign would have been compulsory model railways.
Yes, well, I mean, that just goes without saying, really, doesn't it?
Yeah. Let's... yeah.
I did like in the book early on where you mentioned about, your reading material and things like that in the truck, where you had copies of Model Railroader and things in there.
Yeah.
It was like the token railway bit in the book as well. I quite like that.
Well, that was absolute fact. I mean,
Yeah.
you get to the East German border, and there were so many different books and things that were banned.
Mm-hmm.
You had to be a bit selective with what you took.
Yep.
They would actually arrest you for having a copy of 1984 on you, you know? Things like that.
I can understand that one.
Yeah. Donald Duck was banned as well. And
right.
So my staple diet of model railroader and commercial motor, I was all right with that.
So once you got in a certain T-34 tank, once you got to...
Oh, yeah.
Was it Mont Blanc? You got through there, and there was it that you... Then you were saying that it was going to take 2 weeks or something to get the paperwork organised.
No.
No, was that another trip for another?
That was a different trip. That was a very long road that I did, where we ran up with that paperwork. But
it was
no, the tank was all right. Once we'd redone all the TIR forms, and moved it from a TIR to a T1.
So what's a TIR versus a T1 in layman's terms?
TIR is if you're going outside of the EU.
Yeah.
That's a carny system where you get to the border and everybody has a page and stamps lots of bits of paper and so on and so on. In the EU, it was a T1 form.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
You're all right, mate.
Or a SAD, which is a single administrative document.
Mm-hmm.
And that all your goods were on a T1. So when you came in from Yugo, as it then was,
mm-hmm.
you probably have all your diesel in your belly tanks, be on a TIR card, so that you could import it through the EU. Because you weren't allowed to use duty-free diesel in the EU.
Okay, right.
So that had to be sealed in a separate tank.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the law anyway.
And obviously you always adhered to that without any variation ever.
Absolutely. I mean, just to give you an idea, Sketchy used to buy his diesel in Saudi at 2 pence a litre, I think it was. You know? And it was £1.40 a litre over here. I can't remember what it was, but probably not as much as that.
I'm guessing that he had very large tanks.
Yes, he had a 1,000-gallon belly tank.
Yep, that'll do it, yep.
And that's in addition to the normal truck tanks, which would be, you know, a side-slung one and a catwalk tank. You were allowed to use that fuel for fridge motors.
Yeah.
So if you were running a fridge, that was okay.
Yeah.
But you're not allowed to use it for anything else. And yet your load, your consignments within the EU would either go through the EU and out the other side on a TIR carney, or if they were to be dropped, you know, they weren't going outside the EU, they'd be on a T1.
Okay.
So quite often you had a TIR carnet or your things that you weren't dropping in the EU. So you'd have both sets of customs documents to do at every border, which was a pain in the arse. And if you had something like a gun or anything like that, that would be transported on a carnet permit.
Right.
Because some countries you were allowed it and some countries you weren't. Some countries it had to go in bond and all sorts of things. But yeah, that was the system. But no, once we got the tank through into Italy, it was all right thereafter.
Okay.
Surprised on a bit of Dover, but you know, what are you doing with that? Where are you going with it? It's going to a museum. Oh, all right.
So
I really wanted to go to Ukraine and nick a T90.
So you very nearly had the opportunity, didn't you?
Well, we were talking about it, and we knew a museum that would give a good sum for one. And there was another issue. I don't think we'd had a T90M in the UK to look at its,
For dimensions and all the rest of it.
capabilities and all that sort of stuff, because they were up, it might be an old tank, but they're updated all the time. So that would have been interesting, but come to death, we couldn't do it. And disappointing.
And this is the thing: so how long ago was that idea being floated around?
Recent.
Right. So, and this is the thing: this is what's sort of absent from the planet these days, which is why
So I don't own a truck, so we'd have had to.
You'd have to hire
gone
one.
and bought one, rented one, or whatever. We had problems with, being in Ukraine with a truck. Who's going to insure it? You have to get government underwriting for certain loads that you take out there.
Mm-hmm.
I did ask our MP if he could help me with this, because he was the chair of the Ukraine committee in the House of Commons at the time. And he did put me in touch with a few different people, but it was just too difficult to put together and too expensive.
The thing I love is that when we talked about this the other day, is that the reason for doing it is not really financial, it's more just for the adventure. True?
Yeah, true.
So
it is true in a way, but I'm in researching for the next book. I found something quite interesting. I spoke to at breakfast a few times lately with my old project manager from back in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
He's still about and still in the transport business.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that, I said, the beauty of it in them days was we got paid as much to do the job in them days as they're getting for it now.
Yeah.
Which is horrific. And he said, yeah, but a lot of your loads were sort of special loads, specially ordered and things like that. Pieces that were very, very much higher paying than a traditional load.
And I dare say they were loads that were sometimes, in their description, they were sometimes possibly misspelled as to what they were, perhaps. Is that diplomatically enough?
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I think that was in a later phase. That was the Iraqi super pipeline.
Yes.
Yes.
The
1 metre bore pipeline.
Yes.
The super gun.
Yes.
Yes.
That, of course,
pipeline equipment on all the documents.
That, of course, never actually existed and never happened.
No, of course not.
Yeah.
No, not at all.
And
no.
the British never had anything to do with it whatsoever.
Right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I just thought I'd just try and throw that in there just to sort of keep things.
I think it's totally public domain that we did. We built the bloody thing. 2 companies, Matrix Churchill and Sheffield Forge Master.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We did probably 30 trailer loads of it. I don't know.
And when was this roughly?
91.
Right. So this is at a time.
90.
So what you're definitely not saying is that 2 British companies built some piping equipment to go to Iraq during a war with the Americans and the British, which they were involved in.
No, we only start the wars. We don't take part in them.
Didn't you have some people roughly in the area for decoration? We did.
Yeah, that was later.
We had some there around 91, I believe.
I thought it was 92, first Europe. I don't know. So this must have been... Oh, hang on. Yeah, I had my little issue in Poland in 1989. January 89.
Your
this
little
was about
issue?
that time, so 89, 90.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it would have been about 89, 90.
Okay, now you said your little issue in Poland, so you know that I feel the need to ask what your little issue in Poland was.
It's in the book. You haven't read that.
Well, I haven't gotten to that bit yet, but yes, I am.
I had a little issue. I stupidly, I promised somebody that I'd get them out from East Germany again.
Did you say again?
Not the same person.
Oh, right.
In actual fact, one of her senior officers.
Goethe.
Yeah, Goethe.
Okay.
Oh, you've got that far.
No, I haven't gotten that far, but you've sort of alluded to it, and you've told me a bit about being on a train.
Yeah, go.
And
so I've got to Warsaw, blown the granny out of the drive axles on the truck. They just exploded just as I'm going into Warsaw's Oxford Street. Demolished a bus shelter where it just jackknifed the whole load. With a Stasi officer sitting beside me, who they would have started looking for shortly. So I had to.
So you were just casually driving, not drawing attention to yourself at all?
Yeah, minding my own business, yeah.
Till the actual bus shelter.
So we had to get out. Oh, we can come back to railways here, can't we?
Yeah.
So we had to get out of Poland quick. This was January 1989, not later on, it would have been with us walked out. So we got the Leningrad sleeper train back from Warsaw to Rotterdam, which was fun. And I think the SB then confiscated my truck, and my project, it did come back to the UK, my project manager went and organised getting it back. He set another low loader up for it, and he did get it back, but later.
So my question is this, just for my own morbid curiosity, so when your truck gets confiscated there, when you get it back, does it have extra devices fitted to it? It's golden opportunity.
It would be, but they fit the devices as you go across the border at Helmstedt.
Okay.
At Marienborn, if you're going to get trackers put on you, and trackers and microphones, you'll get that at Marienborn.
So correct me if I'm wrong, but from what and I assume you elaborate on this post chapter 10 in the book, but you've alluded to it quite heavily already, is that so your conversations with Uta and everything else in the cab of the truck and your hotel rooms and all of that would have been semi-public in a way.
Bugged.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Till you get to coming out of the border again.
Did you ever
Helmstedt the trackers were quite easy to find. You just switched on your receiver and it's you got a tracker. So you just chuck that in somebody else's truck at the last services.
So did you ever hear the story?
The mics, you couldn't get rid of the mics, the bugs. Couldn't get rid of them because if you did, you'd bring it on top of yourself.
Right.
So you left the bugs in there thinking you didn't know they existed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? And just watch what you said.
Right.
And sometimes if you was in the mood, driving down the road, minding your own business, you stereo on and drowning out anything that they could hear.
Mm-hmm.
Because I had a good stereo in that truck. And
I've already read a bit about that. Yeah, about that stereo.
Yeah. And sometimes you turn your stereo off just to do an entertaining dialogue for them.
What, like this place will look so much better once we come through and level it, sort of comments?
Well, no, you tried not to use those sort of comments.
Right, yeah. Okay, so not that
you
entertaining.
Tried to use comments that made it look like everybody's doing the job they're supposed to do. She's spying on me. I'm giving her secrets that weren't really secret.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? You skirt around the edges of it, but you put on a play.
Yes. all the world's a stage, especially the cab of a Volvo.
Yeah.
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 Did you ever hear the one about the...
Sometimes we used to actually script this.
Did you ever hear the one that the Soviets did to the Yanks? Where they made them they bugged the American embassy, and for years they couldn't work it out. The Yanks couldn't work out how the Russians did it. What they'd done, and they made this massive song and dance out of it, was they got these children to make this massive wooden the American the shield with the eagle and all that other garbage on it, right?
Yeah.
And they put a wireless bug on it, and it picked up power, but it had no power source. It picked up its power source via the air, and so what they used to do was just park a van nearby, and that's how it got it transmitted.
Yeah.
And I was watching it. The thing about it was fascinating.
We always had to have a van because the bugs didn't have very much range on them. So we was always followed by a little Barkus van, little grey Barkus.
But I just thought it was fascinating.
Every time you saw it, you wanted to give it the finger, you know? But you thought, no, I don't.
I just thought it was fascinating. They had this big thing because it was made by children and it was given in the spirit of goodwill. But then, of course, when they found it, it made headlines globally in the Western world. But what they neglected to mention was that, you know, these evil commies have done this to us, da-da-da-da-da. Never mind the fact that the Yanks and the Poms and everyone else had done it 50,000 times to the Russians.
Yeah, of
We
course.
just forget to mention that part.
That was the game.
And that's the thing.
We probably had the biggest asset of the Cold War here in England.
What was that?
Oleg Gordievsky. He was the senior, he was head of station for the KGB in London.
Right.
And he worked for MI6.
Well, you know, look, times were tough, and sometimes you needed to take on a second part-time job, you know, just to pay the bills.
Yes. Yeah.
It's just I did like I think that the funniest ones of the lot were the Americans that were quietly doing a bit of sideline work, and because they were so bloody stupid. My favourite one was there was one of the Americans. They'd always bring themselves unstuck, and they'd get caught.
Some of them were stupid.
Well, yes, so some of them, and so the thing is that my favourite ones were the ones that got caught because they'd get these sums of money delivered in cash, right? And when they were under suspicion by the Americans, they'd follow them, and they would literally walk into somewhere, a coffee shop or somewhere just down the road from the Russian embassy or whatever, and then come out with an envelope or a briefcase or whatever. It's just neon signs would have promoted it marginally better, you know. And then you're on a menial wage, and all of a sudden you've bought a Corvette, you know, out of nowhere. It's just, you're just a very good little saver. And they just did silly things. And the funny thing is if you actually look at how much money they got, the financial remuneration they got for giving secrets to the Russians or to the Americans was not actually that great.
Wasn't very much. No.
It really wasn't that much money. And so... And I mean, you know, I can't speak for the Russians that would change sides, but from what I've seen with the Americans that did, and did work for the East, it seemed to be that their primary motivation was greed, but the reward just wasn't there. It wasn't enough to run the risk of being done for treason and things like that. So
there was an American double agent who worked for the Stasi and worked for I don't know if it was the CIA, I think it was the CIA. And for the secrets that he passed to Stasi, which the CIA had given him to pass to the Stasi, they used to take him to a model railway shop and buy him one of railway trains.
Back to railway. It always comes back to railways.
Yeah, and he had, in 1985, I think, 84, 85, he had the Fleischmann camera train.
Right.
Yeah?
Yes, I remember seeing that in a catalogue.
Which Silicon Valley got onto 20 years later, 40 years later.
Yeah, but you can do that now, and it doesn't cost more than the Liberian foreign deficit. But back then, that was, if you had a video camera, you were basically royalty. And I mean, that was a video camera that you needed to go to a chiropractor after using.
Yeah.
And Fleischmann had it in a HO scale model, and
yeah.
I mean, that was genuinely, that was a king's ransom to buy that. That was something you looked at, and it was just, you drooled over it.
When that information came out, I was so jealous.
Mm.
I thought I should have been a double agent. Well, I should have been an agent for anybody. But
so Fleischmann made you contemplate defecting.
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's a worthwhile cause, I'm going to say.
Fleischmann and Uta.
And Uta, of course.
Yeah.
But
if you'd seen her, man, they talk about Trump being compromised, and they compromised it. If you go through the border and see this little blonde girl in a scruffy corduroy trousers from 20 years before, she was so cute. I would have challenged anybody not to be compromised by them.
I will say this:
I mean, they were brilliant with their Harry Traps and their Romeos and Juliets and Sparrows. They really were. I mean, look, they put people into the head of NATO, for Christ's sake.
Mm.
And
the thing is that the one thing I've gleaned from the 10 chapters I've read thus far is that your affections are turned in very similar ways to my own, in that there is an element of, you can have an attractive woman, or you can have a woman that's bloody ugly. It doesn't really make much difference, I don't think, unless they've got the face like the bashed in back end of a pit bull with shit dribbling out, of course. But if they've got that certain level of cuteness to them, and which is not a physical thing traditionally. Well, I suppose it is in a way, but then they have there's a certain bratty attitude and a certain attitude that they have where I'll say a thing and you may giggle or you may punch me in the head. I don't actually know, but I'll give it a crack, right? And that is something that I find incredibly attractive in females. And the impression I get from everything I've read thus far and from conversations we've had is that you're exactly the same. And it's like smack, right? There is something incredibly appealing about that. Yeah. It is highly addictive. And it's not something that seems to exist as much as it used to in the female species. And yeah, which I think is a great loss to humankind. But yeah, but then again, I would assume that males are not the males that they used to be. I think males are now basically what sheep used to be, or something like that. He said in a strictly non-Welsh sense.
Yeah. No, he's not on here at the moment.
or non-New Zealand sense, for that matter. And it's just, we've lost some of the little eccentricities we used to have that marked people. And as a male, I can only say for the females, we seem to have lost a lot. It's become a very rare commodity now. Those little eccentricities in personality, which marked that person as being highly attractive, and I don't mean in necessarily in just the physical sense.
No, I totally agree with you.
Yeah, and yeah, but hey, you get that nowadays. What I have found is that, and some of the stories because we've discussed them of my recent life. What I have found instead is that when you see that little thing that you think may be attractive, that because it comes across as borderline insanity, and it looks like it may be something, you actually find, yeah, it's not really borderline, it's just genuine insanity, mixed with a healthy smattering of stupidity. And yes, which you look at and go, right, I could get a pet rock instead. But anyway, it's one of those things. But I find that these stories about the Eastern Bloc and just the way that everything worked, as you said before, it was a game. I love all of that stuff. It fascinates me because the world to me was a much more entertaining and interesting place. We've sort of homogenized everything.
It was a dangerous thing, though.
Of course.
I was lucky. I was one of the very, very lucky ones.
But true or false, and I know I can ask this of you, and we've had interesting lives, in different and similar ways, but the true or false, the time that you most appreciate life and the time that you most enjoy life is when you're are the closest to losing it.
Yeah, just after.
It's just
at the time. I mean, I see it all with rose-coloured spectacles.
Of course, but you've got to. If you didn't, you would become a stark raving lunatic.
There were times that were very frightening, but
But did that or did that not make the good times even better?
Yes.
And that's the thing. It was said to me once by the guy who gave me this ring before he passed away, and in the good times are so important, and you've got to hold on to those. He said the bad times, they happen. You do what you have to do, but it makes the good times all the more special and all the more memorable. And I find now, looking back on it, that there's tiny little things, and I mean minuscule little things that you don't really appreciate or notice or whatever, but you did. And they're the things in my life that I look back on and I remember the most fondly. They're just split-second things that are nothing moments that if you tried to explain them to anyone else, they would go, who gives a shit? But to me, they're the most treasured things that I hold in my heart.
Absolutely. I think it was General William C. Westmoreland that said, to those who have to fight for it, life has a flavour that other people never taste.
Yes. And then I would also go that there's another quote there from Clyde Barrow. He had a rather famous girlfriend named Bonnie Parker. He had some quite good quotes, but he had
they were a fun couple, weren't
they? they very much were.
Yeah,
very much were. And he came out with some very interesting little pearls of wisdom. And one of the quotes that he had was, "I've got vision and the rest of the world wears bifocals." And which I suppose you could look at in quite a few ways, but the way that I choose to look at it is that with what they were doing, the fact that it was the height of the Depression and things like that. I mean, for God's sake, they robbed banks that were bankrupt. As in, you literally go in, guns blazing, to rob a bank, and they've got no money. Right? It just, so when you're living what you know is going to be a very short life, and all the rest of that, it very much changes your attitude, it changes your opinion, it changes the way you look at everything, and most importantly, it changes the way and the things that you appreciate the most.
I never expected to be this old. Never one.
I lost a bet when I was 21 because I was 21. So, but it's But having said that, I've met people that have, have basically said, "Oh, I never expected to get to this age either," but they were trying to say that they expected to die from a paper cut or something.
I expected to die from nuclear, bacteriological, or chemical weapons. I was alive during Cuba. I was 10 years old at the time. We were told we only got 4 minutes to live if we didn't get into shelter.
Yeah.
The teachers are, badgering you. And that sort of made me get interested in the subject.
Yeah.
Because I got interested in the subject, I started writing about it. I eventually started writing for Janes.com, the defence intelligence company, which was why the Stasi put someone on me in the first place, because I'd said nasty things from their point of view. And it was a subject that was very close to me.
Yes.
And I thought, there's no way, we're going to manage not to have a nuclear war. And I just didn't believe we wouldn't. And I thought, I'm not going to live long. Let's make the most of it the time we've got.
Yeah.
Never wanted to buy a house. What's the point of buying a house,
Yeah, that's a fair point.
Keep your assets mobile.
Mm-hmm.
Keep yourself mobile. And enjoy it while you got it.
Yes.
And I did. I did enjoy it. Including the bad bits. But
well,
it's life.
It's like I've said to people before when they talk about. So I had it said to me not too long back, probably 6 or 7 months ago, by a lady I know. It was said that all of your stories are quite amusing, but there's always a very bad element to them, like a sad thing that you wouldn't normally find funny. And it's a similar thing with yourself in your stories. And she said it just, if anyone else told you the story, they probably wouldn't have that comedic side to it, because they wouldn't see the funny side in it. They just focus on the sad, the upsetting, the whatever, right, the nasty or whatever. And the thing is it comes back again to, you've got to have the bad to appreciate the good. In that, if you only ever ate steak every meal of the day for your entire life, it would taste like viper's vomit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's the fact that you don't have it every day that you enjoy it. As a for instance, because you are a potentially borderline vegan, as you've said, but despite that, you still seem like a fairly intelligent chap. But it's and that's the thing that fascinates me, is that I think there's, in today's world, a lot of that is gone, because we expect to have the steak every meal, and we somehow expect that we're going to enjoy it just as much the first time as the 952nd time. And it doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
And so I think we're very strangely deluded nowadays.
We delude ourselves a lot as well. I mean,
oh, absolutely.
From the time I came out with it, I was frightened that they were going to come after us, because they did that sort of thing those days. And I was quite surprised to find that I was never actually a target. And it was only her that was the target.
So
that's surprising. You worry about it for years, and then you find out, there
was nothing to worry about
that at all. Yeah.
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 And so when did you get to the point where you discovered that you weren't a target? How recently?
I was told about it in January 1989 by a third party. And I kind of believed the story that I was told then. But I found about it more since I started researching, check up dates and times for the book. I thought, hang on, things start to come together, don't they? Because I'd tried to put it in the back of my mind in the intervening years.
It's a very
Well, you can't walk around in England with a concealed weapon unless you have a permit. And no bugger was going to give me a permit, were they? So
yeah. I was about to say you can't walk around in England with a concealed weapon unless you have a permit or a really, really neat umbrella or a heavy Eastern accent.
Yeah. Yeah. You get the point. Yeah.
Yes, very much so. On the weapons thing, was it?
Yeah, you think someone's going to try and kill you, but you can't have a concealed weapons permit. So, question. A moral question. Do you carry a gun illegally? You're going to get 5 years in prison if you get caught carrying a gun illegally. It's an automatic minimum.
Yeah.
So, what do you see as the biggest threat? Someone killing you or getting 5 years in prison?
Well, it depends.
I'll leave that question unanswered.
I think it's a question that can't really be answered. The only even remotely intelligent thing I think I can say to it is it depends on your outlook on life. It depends on your motivation as well. If you stand by your actions and your deeds and all the rest of that.
It's all in your head, but you don't know that it's only all in your head. You don't know.
Absolutely.
No one actually coming after you.
And then...
I mean, even when the wall came down, 1989, October, the Stasi theoretically disappeared in 91, 92.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is the thing, though, and this is a conversation. This is a conversation you and I have had several times, which we won't.
It still exists.
Which we won't name names that we've named previously.
Very, very, yeah.
But it's the attitude, and this is how simple-minded we are, or we've been taught to be, and this is one of the things that infuriates me. Is no, that all ceased to exist on that day. Bullshit. Those are human beings that have spent their life in XYZ role. They have been highly trained, and they get absorbed.
290,000 of them.
Exactly. Right? They don't just go and get put out to pasture. They don't just blink, cease to exist. They get absorbed into the new system, and in some cases end up in very high roles. Very public roles.
Very public roles. Very well-known names.
Yes, very, very well-known names. And, that this is the thing. But people don't... Not only do people not realise that, they don't want to realise that.
You don't want me to say them on this podcast. Yeah.
It depends on your angle. Oh.
And they lost 100 billion. That was with a B then. £100 billion went with them. Never found.
Yeah. But that's also, that seems to be the current trend. Well, not current really, it's the last 33 years. The trend has been to just lose billions and trillions of dollars. And, so somewhere, I'm led to believe that as a result, somewhere on this planet, there is a sofa that I would dearly love to find because it's got trillions sitting underneath it or behind the back cushion. It's
invested in legitimate companies.
Oh, yes. So John Realperson has put that in. If you gave me
a few minutes to go to my files, I could give you the names and addresses of those legitimate companies. They exist there, public domain. They know about it in Germany. They don't care.
But this is the thing, is that...
It's like the Nazi scientists from World War II that went to America and here. If that person's got a bit of value, let's not put them... Let's not hang them.
And then the Japanese ones who particularly were in parts of, say, Manchuria, that ended up with the Green Cross, right? Yeah. And half of our current medicine that we use, our marvels of modern medicine that keep us alive, come from some really, really horrific things that were done. Some of them, we hear about the ones that the Germans did, but they were nothing compared to what the Japanese were doing in Manchuria. Nothing. The Manchurian stuff, that is the stuff of nightmares.
Yeah.
Was it Camp 731?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned that name, the Manchurian Candidate. That snack of today.
Yes. And just for anyone that's silly enough to still be watching this, feel free to not on a full stomach, go and look up Camp 731, and that is the stuff of nightmares. And there is actually a statue of a very high-ranking SS officer whom to the Western world is regarded as he's evil because he had a death's head logo and he was SS and everything else. But there's a statue of him in a part of northern China where he broke rank and stopped the Japanese from doing what they were doing to a village or a town, and put all the women and children into a church, boarded it up, and saved them, hundreds of them. And but we don't talk about that. But the reality is the advances that were made in medical science and in the fields of mechanical engineering and things like that, and rocketry obviously, and medicine and everything else, from some horrific things.
Yeah.
But it hurts our fragile little egos if we remember these things. All of these advances only came from good and proper things. And when all you really need to do is look up the history of Bayer, some of the products they made.
Like we were talking the other day, when I was a journalist, I was a puppet of the bourgeoisie imperialist regime, as labelled by the Russians, all these Germans. But was I not one of, as Lenin called it, what was the phrase he used?
Useful idiot.
Useful idiot, yeah, precisely, yeah.
I think you were both.
Yeah.
It depends on which side you were asking on which day.
Yeah.
And I think that we've now taken that Lenin's concept of a useful idiot, which ironically that phrase has been used, that exact phraseology has been used by certain political candidates in a rather large and noisy country recently that may have lost an election. And which nobody seems to join those dots. Again, the internet is just there for pornography, food and cats, right? But it's not hard to find this stuff, right? And there's nothing really new going on. It's just repetition. But we don't want to look under the rock at where these things have come from. But I think now we're in a situation where pretty much everyone is a useful idiot.
Yeah.
Right, and if they're not, they're just a useful idiot waiting to be in the wings.
Question. Is he talking about me? Do I fit that category?
I've seen that. I think I shared that one on Faceplant about 2 years ago or 3 years ago or something.
Yeah.
It's just... And... It's funny because it's some of the stuff I see going on today here in Australia, and I know it's the same in the UK, and definitely the same in the States with with defence and things like that. It's a nice idea to believe we have a defence force, but the reality is, if you saw what goes on. Yeah, I'd rather have a sharpened teaspoon and a wet train ticket to defend myself. It's just some of the things that go on.
Yeah.
And it's quite you've got to laugh at it.
Yeah.
Otherwise...
I'm not that vain. I never had contact with Julian, so I'm not that vain just to think the man even has ever heard of him. But,
based on his previous roles, you never know.
You don't know. He was, in fact, the liaison officer at Dresden during those years. KGB's liaison officer with the Stasi.
He had some interesting things he did in Grozny too.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, but it's I find that, as I said, I find that period that you've written about, and that when you were at your zenith, I suppose, or at your heights of being yourself and doing all of these things, I find quite fascinating.
At my height of criminality.
I prefer to look at it as being adventurous with statuses, legal or otherwise.
Yeah. Well, things have changed. In those days, MI6 ran around with false passports.
Yeah.
You could get false passports, and everything was paid in cash. And it is totally changed now. It was, I think, Obama's time when he said stop the... Was it Obama who stopped the CIA employing criminals? Has that happened here as well?
Have they actually done it, or have they just mentioned it?
During the 90s. No, they don't consider themselves as criminals, do they? But they did employ.
Of course.
So did our lot. So
and again, that's
employ
all.
People to do things at arm's length, so that it doesn't come back on them if it goes wrong.
And again, that's all public record.
Yeah.
There's nothing secret about that. I mean, as I think I mentioned the other week, is the Italian mafia in the US, right? Oh, what a bugger. That was terrible. Valentine's Day massacre and this and that and the other, all these other things that, we need to stop that. However, it was very handy that the Italian mafia came to the States, because that stopped the Jewish mafia, right? That's where most of the stars of the silver screen, that's where they came from, like the Marx Brothers and people like that, and oddly enough, mostly comedians, like the Marx Brothers and Laurel and Hardy and things like that. They all had connections to the Jewish mafia, and again, that's not anything secret or invented. That's 100% fact, and so
it's just like we funded the Taliban and the Mujahideen.
Yes.
To fight against the Russians.
Yep.
And got pissed off because they used the same weapons against us later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
We supported Chile. This is from what we were talking about the other night, when the radical left wing and the radical right wing are pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's if you have a pendulum, you swing to the left or you swing to the right. Eventually, you go so far, you end up meeting each other at the other end.
Yeah. Pinochet's Chile, right wing. Enver Hodge, Albania, left wing. Bloody same in both countries.
Yeah, and the thing is that whether you're talking about the UK, whether you're talking about the US as the two primary ones, they've spent generations playing this game of, we don't like this guy, usually for financial reasons, right?
Yeah.
So we will start a revolution, we will undermine them, we will do something to change the government. And then the problem is that those financial reasons aren't great for that country. So the minute that country works out they're being screwed, right, it doesn't matter who the politician is in power, whether you've put them there or not, their tenure of employment at some point, at least in some fashion, is dictated by their people. And if their people are vocal enough, they will turn around and say, excuse me, Mr. Other Country, we're going to stop that now. Which means that ally of yours is no longer your ally. So then you need to invent a new reason to hate them. And what bugs me is now people are so bloody stupid. Or no, actually, I'm wrong. I shouldn't say that. They're not so stupid. They're lazy. So they're too lazy to look. They will feign enough interest to go and protest or whatever they're doing, right? And to have this opinion, baseless or otherwise, and then they will, but they haven't got enough actual interest to actually look into anything and to actually have any knowledge on the subject, right? Save for what they've just heard on the media within the last 24 hours, other than cats, porn and food, right? So then but they'll die on that hill, but they don't actually know what they're talking about. They don't know the history in that, oh yes, like you mentioned a couple of hours ago, you know, such and such got murdered, right? You know, which buggered up your takeaway, right? You know, circle of life. And so, okay, nobody ever stops, oh, this person was murdered, that's horrific. But nobody ever stops and goes, well, hang on, what did he do to get murdered? Right? Because contrary to popular belief, 99 out of every 100 murders, they don't happen for nothing.
No.
Most people aren't depraved enough just to walk down the street and start popping people. That's something reserved for American schools. You know, so, yeah.
But that is more a reflection of society, isn't it, rather than society.
Of course.
It's terrible. But lots of terrible things happen. And who are we to say that what's right?
Well, I think we're actually... The statement of who are we to say what's right, I think is wonderful, because you hear it... Oh, well, I hear it a lot lately. But in the same breath, I hear that a lot of those same people trying to tell me what's right.
Yeah.
Which...
Yeah.
I'm apparently wrong, because I find that amusing, because there is an irony in there, and people don't seem to do irony anymore.
No. We invaded Iraq because we thought Iraq was responsible for 9/11. Absolutely nothing to do with Iraq.
We never thought that. The people were told that.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? It had nothing whatsoever to do that. It was all to do with the petrodollar. Now, I don't know that for a 100% fact, but I'll bet my house on it.
I don't know anything for 100% fact.
Well, yes, there is that.
And I'm going to quote another very clever American guy, Donald Rumsfeld, who, you know, I think he got his speech a little bit wrong when he said there are known knowns. Yeah, there are known knowns, but a lot of the known knowns are not knowns, they're known beliefs.
Or known unknowns.
We believe this to be the case, so we think that we know them.
Yes.
As well as all the other knowns that he referred to in his speech.
But
especially the unknown knowns that we don't know yet.
But I find it fascinating that if you just apply a modicum of common sense and just go, right, if a bank next door to your house suddenly gets robbed, and then I walk into your house and see a balaclava, a shotgun and a pile of cash, right, I'm going to put 2 and 2 together and come up with, I'm pretty sure I'm going to come up with 4.
Yeah.
Right? It's, you know, and that's the thing. So...
But you don't know it.
No. But...
That's the point.
It's pretty safe.
It's a known belief. We believe that to be... We know it.
Hang on, is that Occam's razor? I think it is. The most... basically the most logical series of events is what it must be, right? It's this, and I'm sure someone will tell me I'm wrong there, but that's fine. I probably am. But it's a case of you can put those elements together and you can go, right, well, the most logical thing is this, right? And there is always vast quantities of money involved. And the biggest thing I've found is that the biggest problem is that we seem to have in the Western world at the moment is that our economies are no longer based on being manufacturing economies, which they used to be, but we're still acting as if they are. And
Yep.
you know, like you know, you're in the UK, you are a net importer. I'm in Australia, we are net importers, right? The US, they're net importers, but they're still behaving as if they're manufacturing nations, which they're not. Nothing like what they used to be. Yeah, there's still token amounts of things made in the UK and in Australia and in the States, but that's all it is. You know, so you need to find
something.
other ways.
I heard something yesterday that Ford have stopped production in America.
Ford, right?
So not just John Deere, not just Boeing looking for somewhere to move to. These are big things.
So that's interesting. I mean, you know, there's another one. Is if you look at the history of the Ford Motor Company and look at old Henry, he gets a bit of a bad rap. But if you look at what he actually did, he actually did some pretty impressive things, and he did some very impressive things for his workers. And then but Ford stopped production in the States. Why?
I don't know. I've just heard that in a snap. I don't even know if it's true. It was on one of these things you get, these pop-ups.
Well, I know Gordy was saying the other day, because we were all taking the mickey out of him as we do in the Brew and Natter, and you know, as he was about to go through US customs, and you know, I was just saying, you know, well, that's good. If it doesn't work, then you know, that's good. I'd like to see what Cuba looks like at this time of year, you know, sort of thing. But it's when he actually got through, he said to us, he said it was nothing. He said it's just all fear mongering. He said all the new stuff that they're talking about in the news, he said the extra questions that they asked are the same questions that they used to ask in the UK when you flew in.
But I love the questions on their form. Are you now, or have you ever been a member of a terrorist organisation?
Yes.
Who's going to say yes to that?
I want to know if ever there was someone that accidentally ticked the box that said yes and then went, oh shit, and then quickly scribbled it out. I mean, I would assume that if it's got a scribbled out yes box and then they've ticked no, that's probably an indicator. Right?
Yeah.
But didn't they used to have another one of, is it now or has it ever been your intention to overthrow the American government?
Yeah.
There's one of my favourite TV shows is Absolute Power, if you've ever heard of that one.
No, I haven't.
So it's a Stephen Fry show. I love Stephen Fry.
Yeah.
It's basically kind of almost a modern version of Yes Minister in some ways, but it's a PR company.
Look that one up.
And they made 2 series. It's brilliant, and just it is wrong on so many levels, you know. But yeah, he goes into the American embassy, and as he's going through, they do the retinal scan and all this other stuff, you know, and really hyping it up, and you know, they say, is it now? And then he pipes out, or has it ever been your intention to overthrow the American government? And Stephen Fry just turns around and he says, do you mean to say that this machine can read minds? But it's a brilliant show. They have one of the episodes is one of their underlings is in a nightclub, and a rather well-dressed gentleman of one would say Arabian sort of descent wishes to have a talk to him, and he's having trouble hearing them over all the music in the nightclub. And so he says, oh, just give me a second. So all of a sudden the music gets turned off in a nightclub. Right? He bought it so they could turn the music off and talk. So he's employing Prentice and McCabe, the ad agency, the PR agency, to help him state a case for buying British Airways. And so the next morning he's in there and he's sort of, we've got to you've got to meet this guy, he's got something about him, And they're like, but what's his name? And he's like, it's hard to... His name's Razor, but yes, but what's his surname? He's no, it's a difficult one, and he's like, no, what is the name of this guy that you want us to meet that wants to buy British Airways? And he says, Bin Laden. And so it goes from there, and then of course you get, is it General Dynamics or whatever it is, the British company that is not really a British company, sort of, it's a bit government. And so they come in and try and sort of get a bit pushy with them. And in the end, what they accidentally do is they accidentally force the British government to renationalise British Airways, just to stop Razor Bin Laden from buying it.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, we encourage inward investment, don't we? And I don't really know why that is either. But there you go.
Do you guys have the same thing where you have the government will nationalise a thing and then they'll sell it?
Yeah, one government will nationalise it, want to sell it. I mean, the railways have all been private, but we're now nationalising them again.
Oh, are you?
Yeah.
But when they privatise them, do they float them on the stock market so that, and then put ads on the TV saying you have the chance to buy shares in this now?
No, they destroyed it.
Oh, so we did that with Telstra.
I mean, it was pretty bad when it was private. It was nationalised.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like comparing the communist with the capitalist again. The people that worked for it were happy.
Rather an accurate comparison too.
Yeah. So they're going to privatise it, so they put it on the stock market, but then the other party says, as soon as we get back in power, we're going to nationalise it again. And they push the values of the shares.
Yep.
So when it actually gets sold, it's sold off for nothing.
Well, we
Not
did
even anywhere near the representation of its true asset value. And then you're going to nationalise it again. Can't make a mind up.
So we had the Postmaster General's office, which was our phone company, which became Telecom, which became Telstra, and then our wonderful and highly intelligent Gumbyman decided to privatise it. So they ran a series of ads for 6 months on the TV, pushing it to mum and dad investors, because no one else would be stupid enough to buy shares in it, right? But telling us how we now had the opportunity to own a piece of it. It's like, well, why should I buy shares in it? I already own the bloody thing. Right? And then the day that the shares went on the market, I think they were $7 they were listed as, the day that it opened. Within 72 hours, they'd gone down to about $4.50. Right? And I think it took them over 10 years to get back to what their original opening day sell price was. It's crazy. And then the best bit was, because it was the way it worked, they couldn't fully privatise it. So you either privatise a company and then it's about profit and loss. So it's got to do its job. But instead what we did is we found a highly intelligent way of doing it where we'll sell off 49% of it and keep 51% as government owned. So you've still got a company that is vastly overstaffed, right? Dramatically underperforming, but you've got people that it's just a cash grab, is all it is. So yeah, we seem to have this thing. We did the same thing with the railways. We had a thing. So where I'm in the town of Colpai, which you guys have heard and taken the mickey out of quite a bit. But just 30k down the road is the town of Oakey. Now, in Oakey, there is a big meatworks there, right, that's owned by the Japanese. Now, 99% of their product, or 99 point something % of their product, once it's processed, is taken down to Brisbane Airport and flown to Japan. There's one butcher in Toowoomba that sells their product. They've had a contract with them for decades. Now that meatworks was operating standard shifts of 8 hours a day, and they expanded so that they could run 24 hours a day and run 3 8-hour shifts. Right? Now the only problem was getting enough beasts into the place to give you enough product to run 24/7. So, okay, we've privatised our railways and everything else, but Queensland government still owns the track. Now, where this meatworks is built very deliberately right next to where the old Cecil Plains branch used to come off the Western Line. It's a couple hundred metres off the main line. The roadbed is still there, the track's still there. The only thing that wasn't there was the points and a level crossing. So what they did was this company said, right, we want to do this. It's going to create, I think it was about 1,400 jobs, which is not bad. And the government turned around and they didn't want to pay for anything. The points, the level crossing, anything. And they argued and delayed this thing by about 3 years. And what happened was, in the end, there were 7 shire councils to the west, right, that basically kicked up such a big stink and started this massive petition to say, right, you know, you guys are always talking about how you're big on creating jobs, and here you are with 1,400 at your fingertips that a business is trying to do, and you're doing everything you can to stop it. And in the end, they were quibbling over $700,000 for the level crossing. And it happened in the end, and then they've done everything they can to scupper any prospect of railing cattle into the place. And yeah, it's just...
Familiar story.
Well, I always maintain, you know, you hear from it's mostly the Labor Party in this country that does it, but the Liberals do it as well. Where they're always talking about, you know, we've created this many jobs, which is a lie. There has never been a government that has created any jobs, right, outside of public servant jobs. Okay, but we still fall for it. My favourite one the other day, so we've just had our federal election, which was another joke. It was basically choosing between gonorrhea and chlamydia. We chose gonorrhea. And the funniest thing, so the biggest issue we've got in Australia for most people is cost of living, right? And I know you guys are in a similar situation. And on the radio, the candidate for the Labor Party made a comment about, we need to work really hard to reduce the cost of childcare because you cannot sustain a family on a single income, so both mum and dad need to be working, so children need to go into childcare, and so we need to do what we can to reduce the cost of childcare. Fair enough. His very next statement was, the childcare sector is so vastly underpaid, if elected we will do whatever we can to raise their wages.
Yeah.
So, mate, at least put a token line in between those two things. That was an actual comment. It was one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. You know, at least tell a knock-knock joke in between. Like, it just... But this is the level we've gotten to of stupidity.
Yeah.
And nobody sees a problem with it. And as it turned out, that was the party that won.
Yeah.
So, as I think we were discussing the other day, is that there used to be a bit of art and skill put into the lies that we were told.
And they've given up with it now. They just don't care.
No, they don't even try.
No.
It's just... And when they're caught out, they just go, oh, yeah. Anyway, and then change the topic.
That's referring to the deaths of all the West German Red Army faction terrorists in the prison. in top security prisons in single isolated cell units that were monitored 24/7. And they all shot themselves in the back of the head.
Yeah.
You know, I didn't think there's that many guns in a prison.
I'm guessing the cameras all had glitches on that day.
Yeah, they did.
And were mysteriously working the next day.
I don't know if they were working the next day, but probably, yeah.
And then, it's funny, isn't it? Because I would have thought that moments before deciding to shoot yourself is not the time you just decide to polish up on your calisthenics or whatever to see if you can, in fact, reach around the back of your head and get yourself that way.
Absolutely, yeah.
But a lot of people do it.
But you see, they did it. I mean, good or bad, they did it to put an end to the Red Army faction. They just lost that hijacking they didn't they? Because the Israelis got involved. So that got one lot, and then suddenly that night the terrorists all die in prison. They're not even supposed to have contact with each other, you know. It's just, I can't prove that they killed them. And, you know, even if they did, it was probably for the better, because it wiped out the Red Army faction. Well, it wiped out the Red Army faction until they realised they'd got people like Rottweiler that they wanted to kill, and, you know, then they had to bring him back just to kill him. They never caught who did it, of course.
I've got
in Belgium with these accidental bullets in the back of his head.
Everyone charged with keeping an eye on these people just happened to be sick that day.
Yeah.
It does happen, and yes, it's the same as the.
But they can't admit it. They can't say, "Yeah, we killed them because we had to stop this terrorism business."
Yeah.
Once and for all. Which they effectively did. So, was that a good thing? Yeah, it was probably a good thing because less people died.
On balance, yes.
Yeah.
But what's wrong with admitting it?
Because it goes against the laws of the country the way they did it.
True.
And, you know.
But it's... And the thing is okay, so if you go to a certain event
not that they did do it. I haven't got any evidence to put forward to say that they did do it, other than logic, reason and common sense.
Yep.
So I'm not going to say they did it, because I don't know. I don't want to be prosecuted for libel, slander, GPRH or whatever it's called.
But if you go to a certain event that happened in 2001 in New York, right? The way that they instantaneously identified the people responsible for that was comical. Like, genuinely comical. In that, okay, first of all, it was just playing on and assuming that everyone was a moron. In that, so when the building collapsed, we found fully intact and quite legible and everything else someone's passport. That's the guy. Right? Cool. I would have said the chances of that were fairly slim to non-existent, but okay, it happened.
Yeah.
Another guy, they found his passport in the back of a taxi cab, and in his passport was a receipt for a flight school. Now, please bear in mind, the sole reason he left it in the back of a taxi cab was he was picked up by a cab driver, drunk off his head, at a strip club. And he said in the back of the cab, "You guys will see tomorrow, it will all be different tomorrow." And that's what made it stand out in the cab driver's head.
Yeah.
Now, please bear in mind that these people are apparently Islamic. They don't really go well with the idea of drinking. Oh, they're not supposed to. Yeah. Now, they also don't really go well with the idea of going to strip clubs and all of that too. Right? So, you put those two things together, and we all know that, that yes, some of them drink and this and that and the other, whatever, right? But you would think the day before you kill yourself and go and meet your maker, apparently, that's not the day that you want to misbehave, is it? Like, seriously, you don't want to be going to meet your maker with a shocking hangover and positive memories in your head of all these lap dancers and strippers and this and that and the other. Right? Again, that's just me applying logic and common sense to it. To say that just doesn't ring true.
I think you're, it's valid to apply logic and common sense to it. But I think what they're doing there is they're trying to cover up their own mistakes.
Of course.
Why can't they just say that they had information already and they didn't act on it, and they didn't put two and two together and stuff like that? Because that's what happens.
And yes, unfortunately, if you go down that rabbit hole, you start getting into the realms of being a conspiracy theorist, which I, on occasions, get accused of or whatever. But I just find that there's so many balls up in the air with some of these things.
Yeah, I'm not really a conspiracy theorist, but my theory is, having experience of certain things that are in your line, the gross level of incompetence there is, and they ain't bloody clever enough to put a decent conspiracy together.
Yes.
That's why I'm not following the conspiracy theorists on these things. But then the government comes out and says things and loses evidence and things like that, and you think, oh Jesus, they're just feeding the conspiracy theories.
Of course.
Why don't just say, look, we've buggered up that again.
That lunatic over there, the one under the tinfoil hat, yeah, he was right. The others, no, you're wrong, but that guy was right. Why not just, Instead, what they do is they will half deliver these pseudo arguments and all of that, which just feed into it.
They don't want to get in a blame culture.
And I mean,
they're in it, but they don't want to be in.
But they feed it
on somebody else.
And
so they'll make up little stories that fit together with one fact that makes the whole story look true, but it isn't.
But see, by the same token, I rather enjoy a couple of the really out there conspiracy theories because I just think they're comical. Like, they are hilarious. My favourite one of the lot is the birds are fake. Have you heard that one?
Excuse me. Yeah, I've heard it mentioned, yeah.
So do you know what it's actually about? So apparently in the 1970s, the CIA, or three-letter acronym name, right, killed all birds, all of them, and they replaced them all with robotic or animatronic or whatever birds. Their eyes are cameras and they have listening devices. So the birds are listening to us and spying on us and reporting us back. Now, never mind the fact that a database to store even one country's worth of stuff does not exist. A computer the size that could do this, right? About hearing about Cousin Ethel's hip replacement, of top priority as that is, right? Never mind that fact. This is every country, and it just happens, right? Because obviously the government never tells us how far advanced they are. Rightio, so, right, we'll go with that. And we'll just pretend we've had a massive head trauma and pretend this bloody silly thing is true, right? Because people actually believe this. The guy who invented this did it for a joke on, it was like Reddit or 4chan or one of these websites, right? And it was a competition to come up with a conspiracy theory, like the craziest one you could, right? So this guy came up with this, and people actually believed it. And this is where I love this stuff. So when it actually took off, he came out publicly and said, no, it was a joke. I made it for this website. Here's the link, right? And people went, no, it's real. You're one of them.
Yeah.
Right? He went on TV, right, explaining that this is a fake thing he came up with. He even presented early drafts that he thought were just too silly. And then that just cemented, no, you're working for them. Right? And so people still believe this. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard. But it doesn't really make you predisposed to believing that there's much intelligence out there.
I agree, but you see, you've got what will feed into that is the things like Operation something Angel, where they made all the sharp televisions with
Sharp or Samsung?
Samsung.
Samsung. Yeah, you were telling me about this the other week. Yeah, that surprised me.
Yeah, but that feeds into it because they do things like that. Not on the scale of killing all the birds. That is totally over the top. But so a conspiracy theorist will now say, well, yeah, but they did it with televisions. They did it with mobile phones. I mean, the CIA are quite open and the NRA are quite open in saying,
yeah, well,
there isn't a mobile phone in existence that the Chinese can't listen to.
Well, and it's not just the Chinese. Like, you look at the Five Eyes thing. What's that all about?
Yeah,
that is literally a monitoring system, right? That's public knowledge, right? My favourite part though is you take something absurd like, you know, the birds are fake, and to me the way my mind works is it's like, how the hell did you come up with that? And if you actually go back through history, you can actually find little elements of things that have happened that I believe have led to that. Like the Chinese actually did have a program back in the 50s to exterminate all of these birds. I don't know if you know. Yeah, so there was a sparrow, and I forget the exact species, but it was a sparrow that was everywhere in China, and they set up this massive propaganda campaign where they show, and you can look this up on Google, they have all of these propaganda posters of little boys and girls with slingshots killing sparrows. And that was your national duty if you loved your country and your mother and father. And the reason was that these sparrows were eating some of the crops, like some of the grain crops. And
logical.
So, rightio, so the government decided that, right, we'll get rid of these sparrows. And I don't think they made them extinct, but it came very, very close. What they did find out, quite accidentally, was that, yes, the birds did eat a very small portion of their diet was made up of this grain. But the majority of their diet was actually made up of little other things like locusts. So when you took the birds out of the chain, they had massive plagues of locusts and things like that, which thoroughly decimated the crops. And they actually had genuine famines. Like, millions of people died as a result of this program. And it's quite a fascinating read when you look at it. And so maybe that was one of the contributing elements to this guy coming up with the idea with the birds. Because, okay, yes, lots of people died and everything else, but there is also a comical element if you look at the bureaucratic side of it as to how these things happen. You know, and it's what was the one that Kieran was telling me?
It's like if you've got something like your whole world economy is in a bit of a problem because you've got too many old people. You develop, I don't know, let's just say a strain of the cold.
Or the flu, perhaps.
Or the flu,
Yeah.
Call it whatever, COVID something, with a number on it.
Yep.
Release it. Yeah.
That's an interesting hypothetical idea there.
No, totally hypothetical.
No one would ever do such a thing.
No. Not China.
Yes, and then you happen to have it come out of a place where there is an institute where they play with these sorts of things, and where that institute unfortunately has public record under a bloke whose name rhymes with Fobama, where he made did a big press conference about doing a deal with them, which goes back to when the Yanks, when they were doing studies in these sorts of biological things. There was a law passed where you can't do that on American soil because it's quite dangerous, right?
Yeah.
That was what's the island? It's in New York. There's an island. It's only, I don't know, 20 mile or something from New York City. It's bugger all. And if anything gets out, it's New York. Like, it'll be a big problem very quickly. And yeah, so they banned it. But all it meant was instead of doing this research on American soil, they'll just do it somewhere else. And
it's quite interesting what the first Russian attack on Ukraine was.
First one in Kiev. See, I thought that. I laughed.
The four American chemical laboratories.
Yeah, see, so when I heard that one, I thought it was a proper conspiracy theory. I laughed. I thought that was up there with the birds are fake. I genuinely did. And then 3 or 4 weeks later, they came out and said it. And it was just like, you're kidding. Like, the craziest of the conspiracy theories are coming true. I just thought that was like some proper, really neck-level stupid propaganda piece or conspiracy nutjob thing. And
I'll refer you back to Donald Rumsfeld's speech again.
It just...
The known beliefs.
It's it's the same as there was the other one about the Azov battalions and all the rest of that in Ukraine. They can't exist because Zelensky's Jewish, right? Well, and I was watching a report on CNN about it, and then because I found that Das Interweb does exist for things other than the aforementioned porn, food, and cats, right? You can look it up. And it was CNN that did the big report that broke the story in 2014 about the Azov battalions in Ukraine.
Yeah.
And then move forward to, was it 2023 or 22 or whatever, that they're saying, no, it's never happened, it's propaganda and this and that. It's like, you guys did the story. Right, it just... They don't even try anymore. At least try.
Yeah. I love that film Made in America.
I've got to watch that.
You've got to watch that.
I will say I did watch today. I was watching again the film Don't Look Up. Have you seen that one?
I can't remember seeing it.
It's only about 2-year-old or something. It's Leonardo DiCaprio and that Sheila that was in the Hunger Games, whatever her name is, Jennifer someone, I think. And basically he's an astrologist or something like that anyway, and he's a doctor in that, and she's going for her doctorate, and they discover a comet, and it's somewhere up to 10 kilometres in size, and all of their calculations give it a 100% chance of hitting Earth in like 6 months' time. So they go to talk to the president, and so they ring and they talk to an actual head of a department that is there to intercept these things, which is a real department, and it's a comedy. It's just very accurate. So then they go to talk to the president, and the president's busy because the next person that they're putting in the Supreme Court is of questionable character, so they're busy tied up with that. And so these two are just sitting here going, we just found out we're all going to die in 6 months and 14 days or whatever, and we're being palmed off. And eventually they go and talk, and they're going, so you're saying it's 100%? They're going, well, no, nothing in science is ever 100%. It's like 99.78%. So it's not 100% then. So we're going to call that 70%. right? And it goes from there, and then there's people that don't believe the comet exists, and then there's people that do, and all of that, and it keeps going, and then a mobile phone company gets involved because, you know, they found all of these rare earth minerals that are on this thing. So, we're going to break it up into 30 bits before it hits the earth, and then we'll be fine, and we can mine it. And then, no, we've excluded the Russians and the Chinese from being able to mine it. So they're going to do their own job of trying to bring it. It's just, and it goes from, and it's so accurate for today's world. And, you know, spoiler, everyone dies. But it's a funny film, and it is so horrifically accurate.
I'll have to look that one up. Don't look up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I highly recommend it. I quite enjoy that one. So I've watched it twice now, and yeah, that's a good film. So yeah, but yeah, mate, we've been going for 4 hours and 1 minute. So
blimey.
what do you reckon we call it quits on this one?
Yeah, I reckon.
I think we did 4.5 the other day, but that's fine. No one will ever know about it. So, for anyone that has stayed this long, congratulations on not having a life. And hopefully you've gained some enjoyment out of this. Me personally, I've had a ball, because I always have a ball talking to you, Andy. So, yeah. So, he said, sounding like he has just finished his entry application in International Brown Nose Day. But Andy, thank you very much, mate. Thoroughly enjoyed chinwagging with you, as ever. So, and I don't think we've said anything too bad.
Me too. But I think we were a little bit more restrained this time, weren't we?
Yeah, the last one was a bit more,
No names.
So thank you everyone who has watched. Hopefully you enjoyed it and all the rest of that. And I'll put a link in the description for Andy's website.
Sorry. And these, you're going to put links into the different CIA and DGSC file numbers to check up on the information that we have imparted this morning, so that you can corroborate it yourself.
If you send them to me, I could, but there's part of me that just makes me want to go and research this thing.
Yeah.
Because that's the thing, is we don't anymore. And
you can Google it.
People need to just get off their ass and just be interested. It's part of being human, is that we have a thirst for knowledge. But nobody's thirsty anymore.
Yeah.
And it does my head in. It's just all, as you know, I mean, you're the same. Everything fascinates me. And it doesn't take much to research anymore. It's not like it used to be. And, you know, you can find all of these things very easily and look them up. And, hey, you feel free to look them up and then put a comment on here saying Andy or Adam's full of shit, right? If you think we're wrong.
Yeah.
You know, we don't mind.
No.
So, yeah. Andy,
it's actually out of conversations, like our conversation, that you get somebody come on and put a comment on, and they say, oh yeah, but you've missed out such and such. And you think,
yes.
What was that about? And then you start searching into that, and you find out more information. So the more comments, you know, that challenge what you've said, the better.
This is the thing I've always said to people, is that, you know, my opinions may not be your opinions, and that's fine. I want to have that discussion. Even if I am, at the initial stages, vehemently opposed to what you are saying or you're believing or whatever. Because guess what? Your argument to the contrary of mine will either modify my opinion or it will validate it.
Yeah.
It's one or the other.
Absolutely.
And guess what? No matter which way that goes, I win. I either gain some extra knowledge I didn't have, or I reaffirm the knowledge I thought I had.
Totally agree.
And that's the thing. This is why I don't like that basically everything is a taboo subject now. And
are you going to put another disclaimer on the bottom, apologising to the people that we didn't get time to insult yet?
Which people in particular? Marty?
I don't know. Marty.
Mate, look, Marty is
Jordan.
Marty is Welsh, then went to South Africa, then went to Victoria and chose to model Victorian railways, right? There's no point in insulting him. God has beaten us to it, right? Gordy knows what he did, right? He came into our chat last night and said, hello, convicts. Right? We had a few new people in there that have come in through the layout that Insanity built videos. And yeah, they seemed confused. And Jordan, I like picking on Jordan, but I like Jordan. Well, I like Marty and Gordy too, but we won't tell them that.
Yeah, they're lovely people. They're all real.
But I do. Jordan is just, you can't help but like him, right?
You got to interview Jordan.
I've got to, and you know that 90% of it is going to be about a cab ride.
Yes.
It's just, yeah. So I've got to do Marty, which I've been meaning to do the one with him for about 6 weeks now. So I just keep I oversleep because I do the Friday night chat until 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, and then Saturday night if it's brew and natter. Well, the last 3 of those I've ended up talking till 2 or 3 in the morning to you, right? And so I'm asleep, and then Marty, by the time I get up and I'll have me coffee and smokes and wake up and sit in the sun for a bit, read a bit of your book and all of that. By the time I come down here to the shed, Marty's like, oh, I'm doing this now, I'm doing that. And so, all right, we'll have to do it next weekend.
Yeah, and so, most of what he says will be on mute anyway.
Oh, yeah, which is not a bad thing. So, it's funny. He and I have been talking about just these podcasts and the way that our viewing habits have changed. In that, the stuff that we're watching now is, if you had have said it 10 years ago, nobody would believe you. And yeah, we were just talking about these things, like, you know, the whole Joe Rogan podcast thing. I love Joe Rogan podcasts, right? People regard him as being controversial or whatever. He's the least controversial person you'll ever come across. He doesn't say anything, right? But yeah, he has interesting conversations where you get to know people. And that fascinates me because you don't get to see that in interviews and all of that.
No.
The one he did with Dan Aykroyd was fascinating. In that Dan Aykroyd is passionate about vodka the same way that we're passionate about trains. It blew me away. It's just, and it's fascinating to see someone talk so passionately about something, because you and I are very familiar, and anyone watching this, we're very familiar hearing people being passionate about model trains, real trains, whatever, right?
Yeah.
But it's weird hearing it about something that you never think about outside of I need a drink. And yeah, so just things like that, they fascinate me. But you know,
what are we going to get on to talking about model trains? I think we've missed that now.
We did a bit.
Well, we briefly touched on it. Yeah.
We didn't. We actually did touch on it more in the last one.
Yeah.
Which I've got to stop referring to because no one will ever. I should put it up one day, but you can't listen to it.
No.
It's just, and there's no way I'm putting it on mute because, you know, it's just going to be us two for 4.5 hours of just basically being the world's crappiest ventriloquist act.
Yeah.
And you know, so, oh look, the dummy's lips are moving. That's it. But yeah, so it's. Yeah, but we did actually do a bit on trains on the last one, guys, trust me.
Yeah.
But we did a bit on this one. But
yeah.
But I enjoy just talking about all manner of things. I know you do too, and you know, I did the one with Gordy, that was mostly about trains.
Yeah.
The one with Lyndon was about 50-50, I think. So, you know, so that's fine. The one about Marty will be about trains, otherwise it's just going to be me picking on him for being Victorian, Welsh, South African. So, you know, which I can probably do 3 to 4 hours on that.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Anyway, I will wrap this up. So thank you guys for watching. And like, subscribe, all that other garbage if you wish to. And if you don't, then don't. But feel free to comment and tell us where we've got our heads up our asses. So thank you very much.
And share.
And share. Oh, yeah, share. Share it about. Yeah. Think of it like Ebola and COVID and all of that. Yeah. Thanks, guys.
We want to go, what's the words? What's the word? Viral.
Viral, yes.
Viral like COVID-19.
Great. That means if that works, we're going to have to do the next one wearing a mask.